on your Zoom, there is, the name that is getting displayed is Pushplata Rawat. If you can just ask
Okay.
Saket ji to
Okay.
on
Okay.
that, and the name can be changed.
Yes, ma'am.
Richard, did you send it to faculty members also? University?
Ma'am, I have sent it not only to School of Languages, I've sent it to everybody, including registrar office and everybody. So we have had quite a few registrations, so everybody will be joining in. Actually, it was supposed to begin at 10, but I'd asked the students to join a little before 10, so that we were greedy about your time also. So let me just introduce myself to everyone. I'm Dr. Richa Joshi Pandey, Assistant Professor in charge, Department of English. And today we are here to inaugurate the academic study of children's literature, a workshop by jointly organized by Doon University and Room to Read. And we have, for the inaugural address and the welcome address and the inaugural lecture, we have with us Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Professor Surekha Dangwal, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Doon University. Professor Surekha Dangwal is the Honorable Vice Chancellor at Doon University, Dehradun. She has served as the Head of Department, Modern European and Other Foreign Languages, HND Garhwal University, Srinagar, Garhwal. Has over 33 years of teaching and research experience. She has been a recipient of the prestigious DARD Fellowship, Germany. She has been engaged with national and international assignments in the field of English studies and women's studies. She has been a visiting faculty at Tarleton State University, Texas, USA. Her research interests focus on South Asian women's studies, diaspora literature, literary theory. She has published several research papers, popular articles. She's translated into English the works of several local poets, several writers. She is the author of several acclaimed books. She has done several research projects in the area of post-colonial studies. Several PhD scholars have done their PhD under her. Several MPhil scholars have done their MPhil under her. She is the member of many prestigious bodies in literature like South Asian Literary Association. She has been the member and convener of several committees of several universities and institutions across India. Those who know her like I do as her former student from Garhwal University, she is as erudite as she is generous. Without further ado, I welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Professor Surekha Dangwal Ma'am, to inaugurate this event with her ardently awaited lecture. Ma'am, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Richa. Good morning to all the participants of this workshop on the academic study of children's literature, jointly organized by Room to Read USAID and Department of English, Doon University. It is my proud privilege to extend a warm welcome to each one of you on behalf of the university. And especially, I feel privileged in welcoming our today's special guests and his esteemed scholars and speakers. First of all, I would like to welcome Alicia Berger, Associate Director, Literacy, Room to Read Global Office. Then we have Dr. Anto Thomas. He is from St. Thomas College. Dr. Usha Mudiganti from Ambedkar University and Dr. Preeti Joshi from University of Delhi. We have Dr. Sakti Brata Asena, Program Director, Room to Read India. Dr. Diti Bias, Academic Head, Children, Literature and Education. And the learned scholars associated with this mission of Room to Read, Uttarakhand chapter. Mukesh Nautiyal, a well-known famous author and artist of children literature. Sri Nandakishore Hatwalji. He is again a very well-known personality from SCERT, Uttarakhand. We have Manohar Chamoli, another famous children writer. And my special thanks to Ms. Pushplata Rawat, a person instrumental for this event especially. She is behind this event. She came to me, took my interview, and we discussed about the possibility of such event in Doon University. Then we bring Dr. Richa Joshi into it. And I really am very happy that she is there to organize it on behalf of Doon University. So my warm welcome to organizing team of this workshop. And I really appreciate the efforts of Dr. Richa Joshi. She is head department of English, Doon University. I know her as a student as well as she is very talented faculty member and a voracious reader of English literature, as I'm associated with her since her PhD in 2011-12 in HNB Gadwal University. My another student, Dr. Manjulika, is Dr. Manjulika and Sonali Lakheda, Dr. Aditi Best. They all are associated with Department of English. All the students of English department, my special love to them being a member of English Literature Fraternity. A warm welcome to all the faculty members of the university, especially the faculty members of the Department of different 5 foreign languages in Doon University. When Richa was reading about me and talking about my specialization, so children's literature has never been. But I don't know that this is only the branch of literature very, very close to my heart. And I love to read books related to children's literature. And when Pushplata came to me and she has shown me a lot of pictures and caricatures depicting the Uttarakhand culture and very cute, nice poems and stories, and how through cultural corridors we can inbuild or we can instill the culturally rich heritage of any region around the world in the mind of children. But if I talk about children literature, I feel that this is at the same time very, very responsible work to be done, and room of the what is exactly, Richa? Room to read. Yes, this room to read is doing that responsibility, is bearing that responsibility on its shoulders, as I feel that research around the world shows the importance of children's literature. And through this children's literature, we are giving access to children to all varieties of literature. It's extremely, extremely important for their overall growth. Not only is reading literature important in developing cognitive skills to be able to succeed in a school or work setting, but it is valuable for other reasons as well. And when I feel what are the reasons to make our children these books available to them and to inspire them, to motivate them to read, I feel that it is important because it provides students with opportunity to respond to literature. At the same time, it gives students appreciation about their own cultural heritage as well as those of others. It also helps children develop emotional intelligence and creativity by transmitting important literature and themes from one generation to the next. A lot of stories are there. Our grandparents, they narrated those stories. They told those stories to us, and the same way, I transmitted those stories to my children, and I hope they will transmit it to their next generations. And it is from one society to the next generation of a particular society to particular nations. And in this way, I feel that quality literature does not tell the reader everything she needs to know. If we provide everything in a very judgmental process within a framework, within a structure to provide children, that it stops their imagination to think. It stops their power of taking decision or their ability to take decision. I think a good literature, a quality children literature, allows some difference of opinion and provide a space for dissent. While analyzing literature, multidimensional understanding for a subject is possible. We know, being a student of literature in a reader response theory, that as many as readers are there, as many as responses are there, as many as viewpoints are there. And it is in the roots of children literature to teach us to respect others' viewpoint, to teach us, there should be nothing like anything imposed on us in one manner, to follow it and not to follow it. So whenever we provide any kind of framework to our generation, being a capacity of the head of the institution or a teacher or head of the family or a fellow creatures, we always keep these things in mind, that we should have some kind of liberty and respect for others' point of view. And when I say children literature provides an avenue for students to learn about their own cultural heritage and at the same time culture of other people, it is crucial for children to learn these values, because developing positive attitudes towards our own culture and cultures of others is necessary for both social and personal development. When we talk about other cultures, one should be very, very careful, as I told, that it is a responsibility of we people to provide a literature to the student which provide them a very, very open and liberal mindset. And it is very carefully selected literature and books to recommend to our children. And the responsibility is doubled when we see the outburst of technology, when we see the series of things, our children at home watching morning to evening during this pandemic, what they are watching, the violence, the filthy language, the abuses of the adults, the lot of stuff of the 18 plus things are there. But the student of 9, 10 years old and the tender age students or children are watching all these stuff. We feel ourselves very helpless. When we talk about quality children literature, when we talk about what kind of books to be recommended to them, and when we see our children, all the time playing in their Android phones, their iPhones and their laptop, watching what not, because they want new things every time. And every time there is no series to be launched and no new pictures to be launched. And if they are there, what kind of pictures and series are there? So again, it becomes very, very important that we should instill a habit of reading in our children. Because when we say don't watch your TV screen or your Netflix every time, then what is an alternative? It is our duty to provide them an alternative to read. And when we don't know what to recommend and what not to recommend, when we don't know what is healthy and what is not healthy, what is classic and what is not classic, then what kind of recommendation we will have for our children? And I feel that there are many stories and folk tales which contain blatant stereotypes. When I say that we are carefully and responsibility is there to select the books, why? Because in children literature too, in the name of children literature, we have certain folk tales, we have certain storybooks which contain some kind of stereotypes and inaccuracies about certain culture, groups, and genders. The Cinderella stories are there, very, very famous. Among children, the rough-faced girl is there, Sister Sky is there, the depiction of Native Americans in a very, very misguided way, the selection of a particular gender, especially the female, in a very, very misguided way, and we provide them so they understand. They not only understand, but they structure or they develop a structure about the role of men and women, the gendered role of a particular gender in a society. When we talk about a healthy classical literature, we have Mark Twain's An Adventure of Tom Sawyer, we have Mark Twain's An Adventure of Huckleberry Finn. They are considered the masterpiece as the immortal friendship of Huck Finn and the Negro boy Jim. And we know the student of literature, when they both are floating on their shanty, on their small boat in river Mississippi, everything is very good between them. That time they did not feel, or they don't feel like Negro and white and non-white, they don't have that feeling. But as soon as they touch the shore, the world of the adults are open in front of them, and they start asking the question, who is this Negro boy? Why? Uh, okay, there is one panelist talking that I should use Hindi as well. That's very good. Uh, I thought that Department of English is involved, so that was again stereotype and misguiding in my mind. So what I feel कि हक फिन जो आप एडवेंचर ऑफ हक फिन मार्क ट्वेन का है, बहुत ही फेमस है. जब वो रिवर मिसिसिपी में दोनों यात्रा कर रहे हैं, जिम एक नीग्रो बॉय है, हक फिन एक वाइट बॉय है, और जब वो जा रहे हैं तो उनकी फ्रेंडशिप नेचर के बिल्कुल नजदीक है. यू नो, चिल्ड्रन लिटरेचर नेचर वाइज भी सेंसिबल होता है, सेंसिटिविटी डालनी चाहिए. तो वो उनके पास वाटर है, उनके पास अनएंडिंग रिवर मिसिसिपी है, तो वो दे हार्डली बॉदर अबाउट देयर कॉम्प्लिकेटेड रिलेशनशिप. बट एज सुन एज दे टच द शोर, वो आते हैं कहीं पे, उनकी शैंटी वो बांधते हैं और उतरते हैं, तो people started asking the questions and people started telling them like, ये कौन है, ये are you a runaway Negro, who you are, you know, their identity start revealing and people start talking about them. So very undue situation is there. So very nicely Mark Twain handled the psychology of children, very nicely handled that they are away from all these madding crowd, they are away from these hustle and bustle of the city life. They are just what they are, you know, in their natural way. They are talking to each other when they are children. As we say, children are innocent. In India also we have Jatak Katha, we have Panchtantra, Ramayana, Mahabharata, and in 20th century Chanda Mama, late 20th century Champak, Chacha Chaudhary. We the children, like when I was a child, we grew up by reading these stories, and these stories depict culture as an important piece of society that is to be treasured and valued. और ये जो चंपक, चंदा मामा और ये जो सारी चीजें जिनको पढ़ के हम बड़े हुए, और जिनमें रूपर्ट मर्डोक का नाम आपने सुना होगा कि उन्होंने कहा था कि रामायण और महाभारत का जो एनिमेटेड वर्जन है वो अमेरिकन चिल्ड्रन को बताना चाहिए, और एक बार उन्होंने उसका कॉपीराइट खरीद लिया था. सो व्हाट आई एम टेलिंग कि दीज काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स, अगर वो उसमें भी अगर आप स्टीरियोटाइप निकालेंगे तो इट इज अ मैटर ऑफ रिसर्च अगेन, कि आपका जो बॉडी शेम है, कोई मोटा आदमी है उस पर आप हंस रहे हैं, कोई काला आदमी है उस पर आप हंस रहे हैं, और कोई जेंडर वाइज आप कोई डायलॉग उसमें है, तो आप कैसे जेंडर स्टीरियोटाइप इन सारी चिल्ड्रन बुक में देखते हैं. तो वो सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हमको देखनी है. while promoting children literature in every culture, in every region, we have to see that what kind of things and what kind of threats and challenges, because we are providing it, we are telling that they have their tender age and tender mind, और एक कोई स्लेट और हम कुछ लिखने जा रहे हैं. तो जो हम लिखेंगे उसकी आइडेंटिटी, क्योंकि एक बच्चा कोई भी आइडेंटिटी लेके पैदा नहीं होता, लेकिन हम उसके अंदर वो आइडेंटिटी डालते हैं. तो जब वो हम उसको वो आइडेंटिटी दे रहे हैं, तो वी एट द सेम टाइम वी शुड बी वेरी केयरफुल अबाउट व्हाट काइंड ऑफ आइडेंटिटी वी आर गिविंग टू आवर चिल्ड्रन थ्रू दीज बुक्स, व्हिच वी फील दैट वेरी नाइस. कुछ भी आप खरीद के ले आए और उनको दे दें, तो वो एक उनके दिमाग में एक स्ट्रक्चरिंग होती है जो कि डेंजरस होती है. And as I said in the beginning, that children literature helps in sustaining emotional strength in children. So उनकी जो इमोशनल क्वोशंट आप कहते हैं कि आजकल आईक्यू से ज्यादा कंपनीज और मल्टीनेशनल्स और कोई भी इंस्टीट्यूशन आपको एज ए ह्यूमन बीइंग देखना पसंद करता है, और ये देखता है कि आप एज ए ह्यूमन बीइंग कितने वाइबल हैं और कितने आप अपने फेलो क्रिएचर्स का ध्यान रखते हैं. उसके आधार पे आपका सिलेक्शन भी एक सर्टेन होता है. तो ये जो इमोशनल क्वोशंट है, या इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस है, या इमोशनल स्ट्रेंथ और सिक्योरिटी है, ये चिल्ड्रन को चिल्ड्रन लिटरेचर के माध्यम से कैसे मिलेगी. इट कंटेन्स न्यूमरस मोमेंट्स ऑफ क्राइसिस. आप देखते हैं जो बहुत अच्छा चिल्ड्रन लिटरेचर होता है वो आपके सामने मोमेंट ऑफ क्राइसिस पैदा करता है कि व्हाट टू डू एंड व्हाट नॉट टू डू. इफ वी से कि बच्चे को ग्रो करने दो, आपका काम है कि उसको गलत और सही बताना नहीं है, आपकी अपनी डीड्स से गलत और सही उसके आगे रखा होता है, एंड लाइफ इज नथिंग बट आर चॉइस बिटवीन गुड एंड इविल, एंड इवन गुड एंड इविल आर नॉट एब्सोल्युटली गुड एंड इविल. It depends, it depends upon our way of looking at the things. Which is good for me may be not good for you, which is evil for me may not be evil for you, but whatever. एक मोटा मोटा हमें झूठ नहीं बोलना चाहिए. हमें हमें अपने से आपको लगता है कि कोई ह्यूमैनिटी क्राइसिस में है, जैसे इस समय है, मेरी ओर से उसके लिए क्या हेल्प हो सकती है, हमको ये देखना है मुझे क्या मिल रहा है. अगर हम सक्षम लोग हैं तो मुझे क्या दे रहा है कोई, उस पर ज्यादा ध्यान नहीं देना. मैं क्या दे सकता हूँ, मैं क्या दे सकती हूँ, उस पर ध्यान देना है. ये सारा चिल्ड्रन लिटरेचर, जिसको आप संस्कार कहते हैं, सारा फैमिली से नहीं आ रहा है, ये आपके चिल्ड्रन लिटरेचर से आ रहा है, उस सिलेबस से आ रहा है जो हमने बचपन में पढ़ा. तो कितनी बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, आप एक ह्यूमन रेस तैयार कर रहे हैं अपने चिल्ड्रन लिटरेचर के माध्यम से. तो हमारे ऊपर कितनी बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आ गई है, ये भी आपको देखना है. बिकॉज वी इलैबोरेट the moments of crisis when characters make moral decisions and contemplate the reasons for their decisions. मैंने ये डिसीजन लिया, उसके पीछे का मॉरल जानना जरूरी. खाली मैंने एक डिसीजन लिया, आपको लगा ये तो बहुत ही बेकार डिसीजन है, एंड आपने कुछ मेरे ऊपर इम्पोज कर दिया या मैंने आपके ऊपर इम्पोज कर दिया. यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड द मोरालिटी बिहाइंड दैट, द जजमेंट took by that particular characters at the particular moment, and that moment is a moment of crisis. उस moment of crisis में आपका decision, जैसे you all are aware about a story of a crocodile and the ducks. One crocodile, a child crocodile, was being brought up by the family of ducks. When crocodile is a power, crocodile is at the center. The people of literature understand the binary. The people of literature understand the post-structuralism and modernism and Derrida and lot of other thinkers, जो literature की चीर फाड़ करते रहते हैं. Though I'm not very pro to the theories, but I love theories to read that what people talk about it, how we anatomized and analyze the viewpoint. तो वो viewpoint में आप देखते हैं कि center और margin की जो theory है, तो वो power है crocodile के पास. duck तो आपको पता है, sweet duck. तो वो जो डक्स हैं वो उसकी फैमिली बन गए क्योंकि उसने उन्हें पाला चिल्ड्रन लिटरेचर की स्टोरी के अनुसार. व्हेन ही रियलाइज्ड हिज स्ट्रेंथ, ही वांट्स टू गो बैक टू हिज स्पीशीज, वापस जाना चाहता है, लेकिन वो ये सोचता है कि पहले मैं डक्स को खत्म कर दूं. अब उसके अंदर एक कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है. ये मेरी फैमिली है जिसने मुझे पाला, जिसने जीवन दान दिया. इनको जो बिट्रेयल है, जो मेरे दिमाग में एक साजिश चल रही है या दिमाग में मन में आ रहा है, क्योंकि वो पावर का गेम है, कि मैं इनको मार दूं, तो ये क्या सही रहेगा? मैं should I go back to my species? That is one thing. Should I go back to my species after killing all the ducks? That is another thing. So in that moment of crisis, finally the moral triumphs. And what is the moral? He has to stay back to his family, nurturing them at the moment of crisis, because they nurtured him at the moment of crisis. And with that, anyone know the name of the story? Please write. I have just remembering those crocodile stories. कि वो कई बार आपने सुना बच्चा जंगल में पल जाता है, फिर उसका बिहेवियर फेलो क्रिएचर्स के लिए क्या होता है, जो हमारा बिहेवियर है फेलो क्रिएचर्स के लिए. मोगली की स्टोरी आपने देखी, रुडयार्ड कीपलिंग की स्टोरीज आप, जंगल बुक आपने देखी. तो वो जो मॉरल है, वो जो एक क्राइसिस है कि अगर उसका जो साथी है, नो मैटर बेयर है, नो मैटर वो वुल्फ है, नो मैटर वो मंकी है, वो उसका साथी बन गया है. वी ऑल आर फेलो क्रिएचर्स, यही हमको सिखाया गया है. हम सब फेलो क्रिएचर्स हैं, कोई बड़ा नहीं है, कोई छोटा नहीं है. तो अगर हम सब एक जैसे हैं, जो रामायण के थ्रू भी बच्चों को सिखाया जा सकता है कि हम सब एक हैं. बंदर थे और जटायु थे और जामवंत थे, हम सब एक हैं, और हम कैसे एक मानव की हेल्प कर रहे हैं, तो हमारे अंदर जो एक भाव है कंपैशन का, काइंडनेस का, दत्ता का, टू गिव. सो टू गिव शुड नॉट बी लाइक टू गिव. इट शुड बी लाइक, जैसे लाइफ इंश्योरेंस का एक लोगो है, दोनों हाथ यूं, This should be the give. It should not be the give, to receive and to donor and donate, और ये feeling, और उसके बाद हम बोले हमने तो इतना donate कर दिया, हमने तो क्या नहीं किया. तो आपकी वो giving की feeling बेकार है. वो मानव जो जो humanity है, उस humanity के खिलाफ है कि आपने क्या दिया. अगर इसका बहुत ज्यादा प्रचार प्रसार होता है तो it is bad. So meaning thereby, ये सारी इन्नेट हमारे कुछ संस्कार हैं जो चिल्ड्रन लिटरेचर के थ्रू आते हैं और आ भी सकते हैं. सो व्हेन वी से दे what other things children literature can provide, that is, the other thing is expanding and nurturing the imagination is one of the very, very important roles of children literature. And imagination, देखिए, अगर आप मुझे कहें कि हैरी पॉटर का 8वां वॉल्यूम क्यों नहीं निकाला रोलिंग ने, तो मेरा अपनी ओर से, मीन्स उसके बहुत सारे रीजंस हो सकते हैं. उन्होंने एक किताब 7 के बाद निकाली भी थी. बहुत सारे रीजंस हो सकते हैं, बट मेरी नजर में रोलिंग की जो इमेजिनेशन है वो एक्सपैंड हो गई, वो एग्जॉस्ट हो गई. अब आप कुछ भी नहीं लिख सकते. देयर इज सम इलास्टिसिटी इन आवर इमेजिनेशन. सो इमेजिनेशन की भी एक लिमिट है. तो आप 7 वॉल्यूम्स ऑफ हैरी पॉटर में देखते हैं कि इमेजिनेशन कितनी अनएंडिंग हो सकती है बाय कैलकुलेटिंग द रीडर्स ऑफ हैरी पॉटर. कि जो रीडर्स ऑफ हैरी पॉटर्स हैं, हाउ इम्पोर्टेंट दे आर, हाउ how important their learning is. So meaning thereby, एक इमेजिनेशन के बाद आपका जो एक्सपेंशन है वो एग्जॉस्ट हो सकता है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, we say that I remember, I really like the song of the Hindi film Daddy. टॉफियों की दीवारों पर लटके गुब्बारे और बर्फियों का घर होता और छत होती. It is from the point of, or from the lens of children. Children love chocolates, children love toffees, children love balloons, children love everything. So from that point of view, we start imagining, and the senior people like Guljar Sahab, they understand the imagination of children, and according to that, they write songs to attract children, और children की sensibility को वो बहुत attract करते हैं. The people of my age knows very well the immortal lines of हटकर बैठा चांद एक दिन माता से यूं सिलवा दे माँ, मुझे उनका मोटा एक झिंगोला. That gives us what kind of imagination? The imagination each person or each phenomena of nature, be it sun or moon or river or trees, इनका क्या स्ट्रगल है. हम तो इन्हें टेकन फॉर ग्रांटेड ले रहे हैं. अगर आप नेचर के फेनोमेना को टेकर फॉर ग्रांटेड नहीं लेते तो हम नेचर को इतना डैमेज नहीं कर रहे होते. हम नदियों को इतना रोक नहीं लेते अपनी ग्रीड के पीछे. हम पहाड़ों को इतना खोद नहीं देते केवल अपनी ग्रीड के पीछे. हम पेड़ों को इतना काट नहीं रहे होते अपनी ग्रीड के पीछे. ये चिल्ड्रन लिटरेचर है. हटकर बैठा चांद, सो मैनी, मुझे वो याद नहीं आ रहा है, बट ये हटकर बैठा चांद एक दिन, एक ग्रीड, एक आपके अंदर एक सेंसिबिलिटी पैदा करता है कि चंदा मामा को भी एक जहां से दूसरे जहां की यात्रा करने में ठंड लग सकती है. इट इज नॉट ओनली यू. जब बच्चा अपनी माँ से क्विल्ट मांग रहा होता है, अपने ऊपर कहता है कि मुझे ठंड लग रही है, तो माँ उसे बताती है कि वो चंदा मामा जो पूरी रात यात्रा करता है, वो कह रहा है मेरे लिए भी एक स्वेटर बुन दे माँ, ताकि मुझे ठिठुर ठिठुर कर यात्रा पूरी करता हूं मैं पूरी. सो सेंसिबिलिटी फॉर नेचर, सेंसिबिलिटी फॉर फेलो क्रिएचर, सेंसिबिलिटी फॉर योर फैमिली, सेंसिबिलिटी फॉर single phenomena of nature. That is what children literature is all about. And we talk about, I already talked about Rudyard Kipling's Jungle Book, Jungle Jungle Aag Lagi Hai, that's Guljar Saab's Geet, very nice. And whenever I talk about children literature, I would like to share a very beautiful book with you, which is very close to my heart. 20 years back, when Richa was talking about, I was a DAT fellow. When I was in Germany, and my Polish friend was there, Justina, she gave me a very beautiful children book titled The Little Prince for my daughter. She was just 5-6 years old, and she was here in India. And she told, this is a gift from my side to your daughter. And because I was there and 3-4 days left, for me there in my last 3-4 days stay in Germany, I started reading this book. I just thought, what is this book all about? And I read that book in Germany itself. This book has a lingering effect in my mind even today. This I will suggest to each one of you, to every participant, please read this book. It's a fantastic book. In this book, the narrator begins with a discussion on the nature of grown-ups. And that narrator, his child himself, he just exposed our world to the readers. He stripped it off. He just, we become just helpless when he's talking about us. And when I was reading it, I thought, it is me as a grown-up. This fellow is exposing me as a grown-up. I really behave like this. And it is fantastic, he says, that grown-ups' inability to perceive important things, quote unquote, जो वर्ड्सवर्थ की पोएम है कि we forget to see the nature around us. Our eyes, हमारी eyes केवल वो देखती है जो हम देखना चाहते हैं, और हमारी eyes नेचर की ब्यूटी, लोगों की ब्यूटी, लोगों की आत्मा की ब्यूटी देखना ही नहीं चाहती. तो उसमें क्या करें? दिस इज आवर इनएबिलिटी. हमें कहना चाहिए वी आर नॉट गुड पीपल. ये कहने में मुझे कोई शर्म नहीं है कि वी आर ग्रोन अप लाइक दिस. वी डोंट अंडरस्टैंड द पेन, द ट्रॉमा. हम किसी और ही बातों में उलझ के रह गए. समाज को हमने मिसगाइड कर दिया पूरी तरीके से कि ग्रोन अप को ये चाहिए, तो समाज पूरा उसमें लग गया. मुझे एक घर नहीं चाहिए, मुझे 7 घर चाहिए, तो पूरा समाज उसमें लग गया कि उसने कहा मुझे भी चाहिए 7 नहीं तो 4 तो मुझे भी चाहिए. तो हम एक पता नहीं किस दौड़ में लग गए. तो वो उस इनएबिलिटी को एक्सपोज करता है. As a test to determine if a grown-up is as enlightened as a child, he shows them a picture depicting a snake which has eaten an elephant. वो कहता है, देखो मैं आपको, हमसे कह रहा है नरेटर, मैं आपको अभी बताता हूँ कि ग्रोन अप हमारी दुनिया को नहीं समझ सकते. तो वो एक यूं स्केच, उस लिटिल प्रिंस में वो स्केच भी बना हुआ है. एंड वो स्केच बनाता है, ये फ्रेंच राइटर एंटोनिन डे सेंट ने लिखी है. तो और 300 से ज्यादा भाषाओं में इसका ट्रांसलेशन है. इट इज वेरी पॉपुलर बुक. और वो एक कैरिकेचर सा एक स्केचिंग बनाता है, और उस स्केचिंग में वो एक स्नेक को, एक एलिफेंट को एक स्नेक ने, अजगर ने निगल दिया. और जब निगल दिया तो वो उसको यूं बनाता है, क्योंकि निगल दिया तो पेट में एलिफेंट तो पूरा डाइजेस्ट होगा नहीं. वो उसके पेट को यूं ऊपर करके और सोलन अप करके दिखाता है, और फिर उसके 2 एजेस को यूं करके दिखाता है. वो इसको अपने फादर के पास ले जाता है कि देखो ये क्या मैंने बनाया है. द ग्रोन अप्स ऑलवेज रिप्लाई द पिक्चर डिपिक्ट्स अ हैट. वो जितने ग्रोन अप्स पे ले जाता है वो कहते हैं ये हेड बनाना कौन सी मुश्किल बात. तुमने तो हेड बना दिया, हेड तो मैं भी बना दूंगा, लो हेड बन गया. सो दिस हैट हर्ट हिम वेरी मच. उसे लगता है मेरी इमेजिनेशन, मैंने हाथी को अजगर ने निगला, उसकी पिक्चर बताई, जो मैंने देखा, जो मैं समझता हूं कि निगलेगा तो कैसा लगेगा, ये मेरी इमेजिनेशन तक पहुंच ही नहीं पा रहे. सो ही वाज जस्ट फ्रस्ट्रेटेड. एंड he knows I hope I am audible, Richa. Richa, am I audible?
You are audible, ma'am.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm extremely sorry what happened to the internet. That is also a child's query. Whenever I watch serials or series, the internet is okay. And whenever I start reading my syllabus book, the internet is gone. So it is again like a child's question. So I was talking about that the the grown up word, they are not able to understand कि ये बच्चा क्या कह रहा है. इसका elephant उनको दिखता नहीं है. फिर that narrator becomes an aircraft pilot, and one day in his imagination, but the story goes on like this. His plane crashes in the Sahara, far from the civilizational world, where he's unexpectedly greeted by a young boy nicknamed the Little Prince. Now, that is the point, the crucial point of this book. The prince has golden hair, a lovable laugh, and will repeat questions until they are answered. And the narrator has an 8-day supply of water and must fix his aeroplane there. So these 8 days of plenty of events, very lovely events, you should read them. So what happened? The prince asked the narrator to draw a sheep. The narrator first shows him the picture of the elephant inside the snake, which the narrator surprise, the prince interprets correctly. वो कहता है अब मैं इसको चेक करता हूँ, ये मेरी इमेजिनेशन समझता है कि नहीं. लिटिल प्रिंस कहता है ओ माय गॉड, ये तो एलिफेंट निगल दिया स्नेक ने. एंड दिस नरेटर सरप्राइज्ड how he understood quickly, how he understand my feelings or my imagination. इसका मतलब मेरी drawing इतनी अच्छी है. And but after 3 failed attempts at drawing a sheep, the frustrated narrator draws a simple crate, claiming the sheep is inside. उसे sheep बनानी आती नहीं है, एक crate बनाता है, उसमें 2 होल बनाता है. The sketching is there only in the book. और वो कहता है where is the sheep? Little Prince asked. और नरेटर कहता है इसके अंदर है शीप, दिख नहीं रही है. The prince exclaims that this is what exactly the drawing he wanted. वो कहता है wonderful sheep, यही तो मैं चाहता था. वो शीप तो मेरे को दिख ही रही है, वो देख के मैं क्या करूंगा ड्राइंग में. I want this kind of drawing. So it is all about the understanding of, you understand the word of children or not. You understand the word of, their imagination, their emotions, their little things. हमने तो बचपन छीन दिया बच्चों का पूरी तरीके से. We are talking about at a very tender age about their career, about their maths, about their skills, about their packages, सैलरी, देयर मल्टीनेशनल्स. मैं देखती हूँ 9th-10th का बच्चा, जब हमें लगता है कि अब इसको शेक्सपियर के क्लासिक से थोड़ा एक्वेंट करा देना चाहिए, टेम्पेस्ट बता देना चाहिए, एंड थोड़ा सा इसको जूलियस सीजर भी पढ़ा देना चाहिए. एट दैट एज द चिल्ड्रन आर एक्सपोज्ड टू अ वर्ल्ड which is just, just even, I don't like that word, but we are into it. This is our helplessness that we are into it. अगर मुझे कोई कहता है कि एक राइटर मुकेश नौटियाल हैं या मनोहर चमोली जी हैं या अटवाल जी हैं या lot of speakers, the esteemed speakers are with us today. What is the difference between a writer, and especially the children writer, and a common man? I always feel that a writer is, अगर सारे लोग संवेदनशील हैं तो एक राइटर ज्यादा संवेदनशील है. सारे लोग अगर इमोशनल हैं, सारे लोगों में इमोशंस होते हैं, राइटर पे थोड़ा ज्यादा हो. सारे लोग अपने चीजों को देख पाते हैं, राइटर को ज्यादा देख पाता है. दैट इज द पोएटिक जीनियस, दैट इज द ऑथर्स जीनियस. द ऑथर always has a very different point of view and very different lenses in the eyes. अलग लेंस है उसकी, वो अलग तरीके से देख पाता है चीजों को, अप्रिशिएट कर पाता है, समझ पाता है. तो पहले पूरे बच्चों की एक मनोविज्ञान समझना, उस मनोविज्ञान के आधार पे लिखना, ये देखना कि कहीं हम स्टीरियोटाइप तो नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये देखना कि हम women को कहीं बहुत वीक तो नहीं बना रहे हैं. Very different things are there which we need to elaborate in children literature. And I think that I'm very hopeful about this workshop, the outcomes, and I love to, whenever I'll get time, I will definitely want to connect with my speakers of today's workshop because I love to learn a lot of things about this children literature. बहुत सारी संवेदनाएं ऐसी हैं जो अभी चिल्ड्रन लिटरेचर हमारा अभी बहुत एक ब्रांच ऑफ नॉलेज ऐसा नहीं हुआ। ऋचा से मैं बात कर रही थी कि अब हम सिलेबस बदलेंगे इनका। जो हमारे आज की वर्कशॉप है वो भी चाहते हैं कि क्या हम बड़े बच्चों को चिल्ड्रन लिटरेचर एक ब्रांच की तरह पढ़ाएं, क्योंकि बहुत सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज में लगा है, शायद ऋचा ने लगाया होगा, लेकिन किस तरीके से लगाया, दैट वी हैव टू collectively look into it, and we want to introduce that thing to our children so that they can understand. आप बच्चों को किसी के आगे भी डांट देते, आप बच्चों को, मुझे याद है एक कॉन्फ्रेंस में गुलजार साहब आए थे और उन्होंने एक इतनी अच्छी कहानी से चिल्ड्रन लिटरेचर पे बोलना शुरू किया था। लखनऊ में वो कॉन्फ्रेंस थी इंग्लिश टीचर्स की, कि उन्होंने कहा कि एक बच्चा बहुत ही कीमती पेन लेके घर आता है, ठीक है, और वो किसी उसके फ्रेंड के जीजा जी ने गिफ्ट की होती है उसके फ्रेंड को, और राजू कहता है मुझे एक दिन घर ले जाने दो, मैं अपने बस कबर्ड में रखूंगा, देखता रहूंगा कितना खूबसूरत पेन है। जब वो पेन लेके आता है, उसकी मदर ये अनुमान लगाती है कि पेन तो बहुत महंगा लग रहा है, हमने तो दिया नहीं, ये जरूर चोर के लाया। 4 लोगों के आगे उसको एक थप्पड़ पड़ता है कि चोरी करता है। फिर वो बताता है कि ये चोरी नहीं है। फिर जब वो बहुत मारपीट होती है तो बताता है कि ये तो मैंने बगल के अपने दोस्त से लिया। उसकी माँ उसका कान पकड़ते हुए ड्रैग करते हुए बगल के दोस्त के यहाँ ले, यू नो, वी आर एक्सपोजिंग चिल्ड्रन कि तुम दोनों चोर हो या नहीं हो, उसको लेके जाती है। और वो बच्चा जो जो डर जाता है, जो देख लेता है हाथ में पेन है, राजू के कान पकड़े हैं, माँ डांट रही है, और जीजा जी ने जब वो पेन गिफ्ट किया था with the price tag, you know, you remember the movie Three Idiots, जब हम हर चीज के प्राइस बोलते हैं, this cloth is very costly, this watch is very costly, और तब हम उसकी इंपॉर्टेंस बताते हैं अपने बच्चों को। ये नहीं बताते कि ये कितनी इंपॉर्टेंट है, एक शूज कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है, उसे लिटरेचर की नजर से नहीं बताते, उसको पैसे की नजर से बताते, जूता तुम्हारे लिए 5,000 का खरीदा गया, सो रिमेंबर इट्स इंपॉर्टेंस। हम जूते की इंपॉर्टेंस नहीं बताते, हम उसको ये नहीं बताते कि लाखों करोड़ों लोगों के पैर में जूता नहीं है, लाखों ऐसे बच्चे स्कूल जाते हैं जिनके पास शूज पहनने को नहीं होते, हम उसकी वो इंपॉर्टेंस नहीं बताते, हम उसे पैसे से इंपॉर्टेंस बताते हैं, तो वो नहीं समझेगा कि समाज का एक बहुत बड़ा वर्ग आज भी इन चीजों से वंचित है। तो जब वो उसके घर में ले जाते हैं तो जीजा जी समझ जाते हैं कि राजू ने मेरा दिया हुआ इतना कॉस्टली पेन अपने दोस्त को दे दिया। तो जीजा जी भी बीच में तड़का लगाते हैं, हाँ ये तो पिटना चाहिए, इसको मैंने बताया था, इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, सो पेन इज पेन। आप पेन की इंपॉर्टेंस उसकी इमेजिनेशन के साथ जोड़ के बताइए, पैसे के साथ जोड़ के मत बताइए। सो दैट स्टोरी आई स्टिल रिमेम्बर, कि हम बच्चों को बस में सीट नहीं देते हैं, हम बच्चों की रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करते। बच्चे जब बड़े बड़े बैग लेके अपने कंधों पर जाते हैं और हम खाली कार चला रहे होते हैं, हम उनके लिए कार नहीं रोक सकते, बिकॉज वी डोंट नो वो किसके बच्चे हैं। बच्चों को रिस्पेक्ट देना, इंडियन सोसाइटी तो बहुत ही अलबेली सोसाइटी सेंस में है कि हमारा तो कॉपीराइट है बच्चों के ऊपर। अमेरिका में तो थोड़ा 100 नंबर भी है कि उसको घुमा देंगे तो पुलिस आ जाएगी, तो बच्चों को, पेरेंट्स को जेल हो जाएगी। लेकिन यहाँ तो कोई 100 नंबर नहीं है। अगर कोई माँ मार रही है और आप इंटरफेयर करते तो माँ कहती है आपको मैडम जी क्या प्रॉब्लम, बच्चा तो मेरा, मैं कूटूं मारूं जो मर्जी करूं, मेरी मर्जी। हमारी वायलेंस कि आप मैथ्स लो जिस बच्चे को मैथ्स नहीं आती, आप फिजिक्स लो जिसको फिजिक्स नहीं आती। आपने तारे जमी पर पिक्चर देखी, जो थोड़ा सा फिजिकली चैलेंज्ड बच्चा है, जो डिसलेक्सियन है, उसको हम कह रहे हैं पड़ोस का बच्चा देख 99% ले आया। व्हाट इज दिस? आई होप दैट दिस वर्कशॉप विल कंसीडर ऑल दिस वायलेंस through our words, through our deeds, through our imposition of subjects on children, through our literature, through their books, कौन सी बुक्स देनी है नहीं देनी, इन सब प्रॉब्लम्स पे डिस्कस करेगी। और वो कर रहे होंगे क्योंकि ये रूम टू रीड इज अ मिशन, ये एक मिशन है, और मैं इससे इतना इम्प्रेस्ड हूँ और इतना अच्छा मुझे लगा कि ये भी एक मिशन है और जो बच्चों के लिटरेचर को प्रमोट करता है। लिटिल प्रिंस की स्टोरी के साथ I remember Rajesh Reddy's famous शायरी, and I would like to conclude with it that मेरे दिल के किसी कोने में एक मासूम सा बच्चा बड़ों की देख कर दुनिया बड़ा होने से डरता है। न बस में जिंदगी उसके, आपने देखा कोविड में मर रहे थे सब इधर उधर उधर, जिंदगी पे तो बस है नहीं हमारा, पता नहीं अगली सांस ले पाएंगे या नहीं ले पाएंगे। न बस में जिंदगी उसके, न काबू मौत पर उसका, मगर इंसान फिर भी कब खुदा होने से डरता है। सो ये जो हमारी पावर के लिए एक थर्स्ट हो गई है, एक खुदा बनने की एक प्रवृत्ति हो गई है कि जहां हम रहे हमारे चारों ओर पावर स्ट्रक्चर्स रहे और इनसिक्योरिटी हमारे अंदर होती है, कहीं वही इनसिक्योरिटी, वही पावर ग्रैबिंग, वही मानवता से दूर जाने की एक प्रवृत्ति, बच्चों के साथ बच्चों के लेवल पे आके बात ना करने की प्रवृत्ति, अपने फेलो क्रिएचर्स को कुछ ना समझने की प्रवृत्ति, हम क्या ये प्रवृत्ति अपने बच्चों पे तो नहीं डाल रहे हैं? इस बात का हमको ध्यान रखना चाहिए. With these couplets, I really appreciate the organizers, our Department of English under Richa Joshi's guidance, are all faculty members, and this Room to Read Mission USAID, and the people who are speaker today are really welcome, not only welcome, but I extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you that you are here to teach our children, to give respect to children. This is my, if you want to say what is the takeaway of my these 40 minutes talk, I would like to say that my humble request to all of you to give respect to our children. Children हमारी एक साझी विरासत है. जिस दिन हमारे अंदर ये भाव आ जाएगा कि सारे बच्चे हमारे हैं, वो किसके, उसके पेरेंट्स से आपके कोई बात हो सकती है, उसको किनारे रख दीजिए. उस बच्चे से आपका कुछ नहीं है. वो बच्चा, अगर आप कहते हैं कि देश का भविष्य है, तो उसको रिस्पेक्ट देना सीखिए. जहां भी आपके अराउंड चिल्ड्रन है, उससे पूछिए, उनसे बात करिए, उनके लेवल पे जाके बात करिए. वो साइकिल चला रहा है, उसके लेवल पे उसको रोक के बात करिए कि व्हाई ही सो हैप्पी व्हाइल राइडिंग हिज बाइसिकल, because he is there. There is one thing, shairi once more. It is, the first two lines are very famous. These are, मेरे दिल के किसी कोने में एक मासूम सा बच्चा बड़ों की देखकर दुनिया बड़ा होने से डरता है. हमारे अंदर एक बच्चा हमेशा जिंदा रहता है, नो मैटर व्हाट एज इज आई एम एट प्रेजेंट, बट अंदर मेरा एक बचपना है. इस वर्कशॉप का टेक अवे है कि उस बचपने को हम जिंदा रखें, क्योंकि जो सो कॉल्ड बड़ों का वर्ल्ड है जो हमने बना दिया, जिसमें मैं भी पूरी तरह से भागीदार हूं, मेरे पूरी तरीके से उसमें पार्टिसिपेशन. मैं अपने को कभी अलग नहीं कर रही हूँ कि मैं आपको लेक्चर दे रही हूँ तो मैं बहुत ही ज्यादा सब चीजों का ध्यान रख रही हूँ. पता नहीं मैं कितनी चीजों का ध्यान नहीं रख रही हूँ. while I am working as a head of the institution, I accept this, I realize it, I confess it. बट फिर भी मेरा ये कहना है कि हमको अपने अंदर का बच्चा कभी मरने नहीं देना, हमको अपनी शेयरिंग बच्चों के साथ कभी खत्म नहीं होने देनी. हमें बच्चों का, डिस्पाइट दिस टेक्नोलॉजिकल आउटबर्स्ट, डिस्पाइट दिस मैनिपुलेटिव वर्ड, डिस्पाइट दिस मनी बेस्ड होल थिंग, द इकोनॉमी, द रिलेशन, एवरीथिंग, पावर रिलेशन, ये सब होते हुए भी हमको बेसिक इन्नेट एक्सपीरियंसेस, इमोशंस को खत्म नहीं होने देना है. और सारे ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को, सारे स्पीकर्स को, सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स को मेरी बहुत हृदय से आभार है, मेरा उनको बहुत धन्यवाद है. और मैं उनका बहुत ही दिल खोलकर अभिनंदन करना चाहती हूँ कि आप एक ऐसे टेरेन में गए हैं अपने रूम टू रीड के माध्यम से, कि जो आने वाले दिनों में पहाड़ में रहने वाला वो बच्चा जो शेफर्ड की जिंदगी गुजारता है, जो काफल के फल लाता है और उसके बाद सोचता है कि 10 रुपए के कहीं बिक जाए, उसकी मासूमियत को उसके काफल की सेंसिबिलिटी के साथ जोड़ के समझ पाएंगे. और जो बच्चा अमेरिका में नेटिव अमेरिकन रह रहा है, उसको उसकी नेटिविटी के साथ समझ पाएंगे. जो अफ्रीका में रह रहा है, उसको उस पूरे रिचुअल्स, उस पूरी फोक टेल्स, उसकी उतनी रिच जो अफ्रीकन एक कल्चर है, उसके साथ समझ पाएंगे. एक एक काला कॉन्टिनेंट उनको नहीं कहेंगे, ब्लैक कॉन्टिनेंट जो वर्ड्स व्हाइट रेस ने पैदा कर दिए, पावरफुल रेस ने, व्हाइट का मतलब फिर सारे व्हाइट नहीं है, एक पावरफुल रेस ने पैदा कर दिए, उसके साथ हम अफ्रीका को नहीं देखेंगे, हम एक अलग वर्ल्ड में उनको देखेंगे. जितने फेलो क्रिएचर हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट से जुड़े हैं हमारे साथ और नॉर्थ ईस्ट में रहते हैं, जो पहाड़ों में रहते हैं, जो कंदराओं में रहते हैं, जो ट्राइब्स हैं, जो वनों में रहते हैं, उन सब का अभिनंदन करते हुए मैं ये गुजारिश करूंगी कि हम अपने चिल्ड्रन लिटरेचर के माध्यम से ऐसे संस्कार भरे कि हम सबको एक ऑब्जेक्टिवली देख सकें, एक ऑब्जेक्टिवली एसेस कर सकें, और अपने बच्चों के ऊपर कोई कंडीशन ना लगाएं। अपना लव को कंडीशनल मत करिए उनके लिए। आपका लव अपने चिल्ड्रन के लिए अनकंडीशनल होना है। वो पढ़े, वो ना पढ़े, वो होशियार बने, वो आइंस्टीन बने, वो ना बने, सब नहीं बन सकते, सब इंजीनियर नहीं बन सकते, सब डॉक्टर, सब यूपीएससी में नहीं निकल सकते, सब क्रिकेट की टीम में नहीं खेल सकते, बहुत कम परसेंटेज है। वो कुछ भी करें, उन्हें प्यार चाहिए। वो एक उनके अंदर दे आर गिफ्टेड विद अ साइट, एक अंदर उनकी एक साइट है, एक डिविनिटी है। अगर वर्ड्सवर्थ कहता है चाइल्ड इज द फादर ऑफ मैन, ठीक। और मैं कई, मुझे बड़ा दुख होता है, लोग कहते हैं अरे ये तो अपने बाप का भी बाप है, यानी पूरा मैनिपुलेट हो गया। जबकि वर्ड्सवर्थ का तो जो अंदाज था, उसने कहा वो स्पिरिचुअलिटी 0 to 5 ईयर बच्चे के अंदर जिंदा रहती है, वो डिविनिटी उसके अंदर जिंदा रहती है, जो हम उसके बाद भूलते चले जाते हैं, भगवान से दूर होते रहते हैं। तो हम फादर किस बात के हैं? वो चाइल्ड हमारा फादर है, जो भगवान उससे डायरेक्टली कनेक्टेड है, वो ईश्वर उससे डायरेक्ट बात करता है। वो कभी मुस्कुराता है अकेला बैठ के, कभी वो ट्री को देख के खुश होता है, कभी वो चिड़ियाओं के पीछे भागता है, कभी वो तितलियों को पकड़ता है। उसके अंदर भगवान जिंदा है, इसलिए वो हमारा फादर है। सो विद दीज वर्ड्स, आई एम रियली happy for today's this word of a note of welcome to each one of you. हृदय से आभार, हृदय से अभिनंदन। Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your absolutely delightful lecture, very extremely erudite. And thank you for talking about children's literature as a space for dissent, creativity, imagination, interpretative strategies, intercultural exchange. Uh, I especially would like to thank you for transporting students like me back to our classroom, where you would hold us in rapt attention. आई कैन टेल यू, मैम ने कभी हमें लताड़ नहीं लगाई, कभी हमें जज नहीं किया। हमने कितनी मिस्टेक्स की, मैम ने बस विद अ पैट ऑन द बैक, एंड वी न्यू समटाइम्स इट वाज अ टैप ऑन द रिस्ट, समटाइम्स it was a pat on the back, but she never judged us, and she allowed us to engage in absolutely very open-ended and open-minded ways. So thank you so much, ma'am. I'm sure everybody in the chat box is resonating with what I'm saying. Those who have heard you in class know how much of a beautiful and absolutely emotive talker and emotive orator you are. So absolute privilege. We are going to be greedy, so we are going to keep on asking you for more from time to time. Thank you so much for this lovely talk. So if I may, can I, are there any questions for ma'am? I know if I start a string of questions on the chat box, I can see plenty of compliments. I can see just so many compliments. So ma'am is so used to them, and she's always very unaffected with compliments. People will keep on praising her, and she'll she knows, she registers, but she's never affected by too many compliments. So, but you can keep praising her. I mean, that's just how it is. It's always like that. Yeah, somebody says, I wish I could be her student. Well, you have to be very lucky for that. And I may also share with you all, before I introduce the next speaker, let me just share this little thing with you all. She joined as Vice Chancellor, Doon University, and secretly, of course, all of us who have studied in her class were very happy, needless to say. But she joined here, and the first thing she comes in and says is, who are your students? And I would like to engage. And that is something that is so typical of ma'am. I mean, I wouldn't wonder if she'd said anything else, because that's how she is. She's always with a smile on the face. She's always ready to answer questions, and she's willing to engage. So she taught BA students, BA first year students or third year students. And unfortunately, the lockdown happened and other batches couldn't get to hear from her. But ma'am, we are going to hold you on that one, and we are going to trouble you again. Other batches are also feeling very greedy. So we are going to do that. With that, please allow me to, is Alicia with us? Alicia Berger, do we have Alicia with us? Hello, Alicia. So Alicia has more than 20 years experience in children's literature. She's a former editor at Penguin, Simon and Schuster, and Dorling Kindersley. She is currently the global publisher for Room to Read, which is a non-profit organization that seeks to transform the lives of children by focusing on literacy and gender equality. Room to Read has grown into one of the world's largest international children's book publishers under her leadership, and is now active in over 20 countries and 35 languages. Alicia graduated from the prestigious Stanford University with a degree in cultural anthropology and lives in California's Bay Area with her husband and 2 young children. So welcome, Alicia, and please carry on from here.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here talking with all of you. I would say today, it's today for you and night for me, but I always love to talk about children's books. And so I'm very excited to do so at the beginning of your talk series today. So let me see if I can share my screen. Okay. Can people see my screen? Yes? Okay, yes. Great, thank you. Okay, and got, okay, so, hopefully that's the beginning. Okay, let me make it start. There we go. Okay, that should be there, yes? Okay, I see lots of yeses. So, while I didn't understand everything, my Hindi is not so good. I did understand that the Vice Chancellor was talking about imagination and the child inside of all of us. And I think that was a very good way to move into what I plan to talk about today, which is how children's literature can bring us all together, both us with our children, the children we care about, the children in our lives, and also the child inside of us, because I think we all have, if we are interested in children's books and children's literature, there is a part of us that never really grew up and perhaps did not want to. So I know that's true for myself, and I imagine it is also true for many of you. So I hope to have an interactive presentation. So I will be asking some questions, and please answer them in the chat. And hopefully I will be able to see your answers and kind of thread that through the presentation. So how else to best start a presentation about children's books, but by reading one. So I thought I would read a recent favorite of mine, Leave Me Alone by Vera Brosgol. And I will be asking you right now a question I would ask any group to which I was reading this book. From the cover, what kind of story do you think this is? Any ideas? You can put them in the chat. Oh, go ahead. If I saw someone raise their hand as well. If you want to just put it in the chat. Oh, Grimm. Yes, exactly. It has that kind of sensibility of Eastern European sort of forest kind of tale. Oh, you can see my comments. Look at that. How interesting. Oh, okay, interesting. So you can see how I'm cheating a little bit. Let's see. I'm not sure.
Alicia, would you want to put it on a slideshow?
I thought I did have it on slideshow, but let me try that again. Let's see. I'm not sure.
Ma'am, just press F5. Just press F5.
F5?
Yes.
Does that work? Can you see that now? No?
No,
How strange. let's try, no. I don't know, I click slideshow and then present, but that seemed to be
On the bottom, do you see
this one? Like
yes,
that? Can you still see my notes?
yes, we can.
I don't know why.
Yes, Alicia.
Let's see if I can change the display settings. How about like that?
Yeah, it's fine now.
Okay, I think it's because I was using 2 monitors. Apologies. Well, you had many good ideas about what this book was about. An adult who's disturbed by all the children. Yes. Everyone wants to ask her about her problem. She wants to be alone. Yes. So a lot of great clues to the story. All right, now we'll go ahead and read it. Okay. Once there was an old woman. She lived in a small village in a small house. With a very big family. I love her expression here. Winter was coming. That meant she had some very important knitting to do. But it wasn't getting done. Her grandchildren were very curious about her knitting. Were you supposed to hit the ball with a stick? Could you eat it? Could you make your brother eat it? The old woman was at the end of her rope. So she made her bed as neatly as she could. She swept the floorboards until they more or less shone. She drank tea from her samovar. She packed up her things in a big sack, and as she left, she shouted back, "Leave me alone!" The old woman walked through the deep, dark forest. She made a fire so that she could see what she was doing. Then she sat down and began to knit. The bear family was very curious about the light from her fire and about what she might taste like. "Leave me alone!" the old woman shouted, but they didn't listen because bears don't speak English. So she picked up her sack and left. The old woman climbed higher and higher up the mountain. She reached the top and climbed on to the moon. The old woman climbed up the mountains. You know what? I think I have that page out of order, but let's pretend we didn't see that bit. The old woman climbed up the mountainside. It was cold, so she found a small sheltered place. Then she sat down and began to knit. The mountain goats were excited to have a visitor, especially one that brought snacks. "Leave me alone!" the old woman shouted, but the goats were too busy fighting over the red ones, which they all agreed were the best. So she picked up her sack and left. So now she's, let's see, I'll go back because I had them out of order, but this is where we are now, where she's climbed up onto the moon, leaving those little goats behind. And now she found a rock that was shaped like a chair. She sat down and began to knit. The little green moon men had never seen a woman before, old or otherwise. They examined her with her handheld scanners that went beep boop. She looks like she loves that. "Leave me alone!" the old woman shouted, but the little green moon men couldn't hear her because they didn't have any ears. So she picked up her sack and left through a wormhole. The void on the other side of the wormhole was very dark and very, very quiet. She was absolutely, completely, utterly alone. It was perfect. Soon she had no more yarn and 30 little sweaters, and she was alone. So she put the 30 sweaters into her big sack. She swept the void until it was a nice matte black. She had a cup of tea from her samovar. Then she picked up the sack and left through another wormhole. She came out the other side. Everything was right where she'd left it. And she didn't say a word. I just love that ending. I feel like it's so perfect. As my son said, she doesn't say anything because she's just happy now. Happy that she has 30 kids. I counted them. So I love that about sharing this kind of story, ending on a note like this, and knowing that my son has experienced the emotions, not only of himself, but of this adult, and thinking about something from her perspective. He's clearly learned a little bit about math. He's counting in the pictures, and his curiosity is so fun, and just the delight that we can share together with a story. So with that, I'm going to turn a little bit more academic and think about what is children's literature. So just if you could throw things out there into the chat, when you think of what is children's literature, what do you think of? And yes, I agree, it's beautifully illustrated. I love that illustrator. Anyone? Curiosity, yeah, simple, easy to read. That's beautiful, a world made of cookies and cream. That's gorgeous. I want to read that book now about a world of cookies and cream. Yes, literature for children below 12 years old, stories from oral tradition. Yeah, wonderful. Everyone has a great idea. And so I kind of start out with this more general idea of what children's books could be. And this is more about formats and genres, right? Fiction, nonfiction. You could have books for very, very young children, as some people have pointed out, for older children and young adults. So we go all the way from little babies, toddlers reading books. I have also a 1-year-old who picks up books, she's chewing on them, but she's learning something as she's doing that, right? And then all the way up through books for young adults. So children's literature is really, really wide and varied. I love the things people are saying too. I could get very distracted. And so thinking about kind of other themes that people have touched on in the chat, what is children's literature? Also, fine art, business, politics, right? Like I heard someone say, or I was reading, written to inculcate values. So absolutely. So you're thinking about what is important in a culture, what kinds of ideas do we want to impart to children? What don't we want to impart to children? And that varies, of course, across time periods, across history, across different areas of the world and different communities within those different areas of the world. I know India is such a hugely varied country with many states and many languages. So many different children's literatures, I'm sure, exist and are possible. Language, I see here, science, graphic design. So thinking about art, there's that really fun bit too. How do we visually express ourselves as a culture? Technology is something you might not consider, but of course we need to be able to print books to share them, right? Or to be able to share them online. You know, somehow we have to get them in front of children and make it possible for everyone to share a story together. So many things are encompassed in children's literature. It's really such a rich topic, and I'm so excited that you have this opportunity in this talk series to really hear about it from so many different perspectives. And then people have also touched on some of these things already. Why is it so important? Education. I saw happy endings away from all the real world, something someone wrote. I think that's that imagination and imagining what could be, right? I've put possibility here because I think that, as we all know, as people who've experienced stories, you can imagine worlds that you've never been to, places that you've never seen, and both places that exist, something that's real, but something that is fantastic as well, that might not exist or might not exist yet. That's really the power of books and stories, and really becoming a part of those story worlds when you're really young and you haven't had so many other ideas about how things are kind of stuck in your mind yet. And I've put here windows and mirrors. So you'll probably hear, if you study children's literature, about this idea of books being both windows and mirrors. So what does that mean? A mirror, something that reflects back to you things that are familiar to you. So the world right around you, your language, especially perhaps your mother tongue language, right? What you're hearing at home, the plants, the animals, the things in your world that help validate your experience. It's so important for children to have that familiarity in books. But it's also really critical to have windows, right? Where you can look out and see something you might never have experienced, something where it's like for a child on the other side of the world to grow up. And that might be so different from your own context, but that you might share something through that story. So broadly, you can think about books as mirrors and windows, and that we want to have both of those things, not only as children, but also as adults, right? And then I've mentioned community, family, connection. So I think you all have had many of the same ideas in the chat. And, you know, I'd kind of argue here, we think sometimes about literature being something very, you know, so important, and it is, of course, extremely important. But we think about it as something as very grown up, right? There's famous authors in every culture, and we'll think about books for grown-ups, those big, thick, heavy books. Like that's what makes a literature important. And I'd like to argue, actually, that children's literature is just as important, if not more so, for all of these reasons, right? And so varied. So that you're starting your journey and learning more about it and creating it, deciding what it might be for the children in your lives, the children in your communities, is really exciting. Now I'm going to dive a little bit into how we create it in a very broad kind of way, right? I think some of the things we might think about at first would be making books, of course. What we have to get books and stories out there in the hands of children. So we need to have a supply of books. And then we need to have demand. So we might think first kind of books that families can afford, right? And that can be a real challenge in many contexts where books are quite expensive. And that's really just kind of the first layer, right? That you can access a book and that the book has been written. But when you go a little bit deeper, there are many layers that help make a book arrive in a child's hand, and then that create an environment around that book and around those stories that make it possible for that book to reach that actual child. So on the supply side, creativity, I know, I loved the story about the little prince and, you know, looking at something, how do you look at it slightly differently? A wonderful theme, and those creative minds, who's making these books? And then the creative experimentation. You know, I think about not only the author, but in a picture book, of course, the illustrator. What is the illustrator doing to bring a story to life? What is the editor bringing? What is the designer bringing? There's so many people involved in creating that book. And if you think about that last page of the book we were looking at, you know, that says, and she didn't say a word. If we had only those words, we wouldn't really know how that story ended. We could imagine different ways, but we don't know where we don't know if her children came back. We don't know how she feels. And that image allows us to understand so much more than just the text, right? We suddenly know there's the 30 kids, they're all excited about their sweaters. She's excited to be sharing them with them, that she no longer wants to be alone, right? She wants to be with her family and with the people she loves and cares about. And that was all brought visually. And I'm sure was part of a conversation between the author, the illustrator, the editor, kind of maybe there were different riffs and different times, different things they tried to kind of make that perfect ending. So there's so much that goes into a book, and you get those last perhaps 32 pages. That's a very traditional number of pages in a children's picture book. And there's probably been so many drafts and so many different things that have happened before those exact pictures and words arrive there on the page. And then that goes into that knowledge and education of creators. So where do they get that kind of knowledge? Hopefully at universities like Doon University, where they can come and learn, they can read other books and stories, get ideas to spin off of, and talk about books with other creators. And then on the demand side, how do we make sure that those works of art that have been created, those books for children, how do they get into children's hands? And so you need to have a whole community of support around that, right? You have family members, you have teachers who are reading to children, who are talking about books, who are excited about books. I mean, we all know if we have children in our lives, which so many of us do, that the example you set is perhaps the most critical thing, right? They watch you so closely. And if they see you with books and enjoying books, they want to climb on your lap and read with you. They want to know what you're doing and how to be a part of it. And then there's that critical community, right? The librarians or people who are helping select books, where you can go and you can ask someone about those books. Reviews is also really important. So when the children's book industry started in the United States, it really started on the backs of librarians and this huge gift from Andrew Carnegie of public libraries. And so he made sure there was a corner in those libraries just for children, right? Where it was okay if they had dirt on their fingers. It was okay if, there was a little snot in their noses and everything got a little dirty and a little messy, but that was for children to be there with books. And then those librarians kind of took it upon themselves to say, well, we think this book is better than this book, and here's why. And whether or not you always agree with someone's opinion, it's great to have that critical mind, to have people talking about books and talking about why one is so good versus another one. And that's really how the industry grows, how the creativity grows, and how people become interested in creating those opinions on their own. And then the government support for libraries and librarians, obviously, these are pieces that are not that easy sometimes to create, or sometimes there's a big desire and it's not that easy in the whole machinations of the political machine, right? But that support and that advocacy for books getting into children's hands is so important in creating that community. And that's all based on the knowledge and education of readers. So again, that those people who are helping get books into children's hands. So diving a little bit more into supply. It's so important to have books kids want to read, right? I know that, we all want to share certain messages with children. And sometimes it's easy to be like, I'm going to make a book that says this, or I want children to learn to go to bed on time when I tell them, or to listen to their elders, or whatever it is. And those things are really important. And we want to weave those things into a story. But the best children's books are the ones where a child will come to them on his or her own and really want to read it, not because the child feels that they're being talked down to, right? But that because they recognize some part of themselves in that story. So I would say to have a varied supply of exciting content, you need inspired creators who've been exposed to the world of children's literature and its formats, genres, and creative possibilities. Creators who mix that knowledge with their personal and cultural histories, storylines that grow from creators' own childhood experiences, not from moralistic stories where they're trying to create an ideal child. And let's be honest, who among us was ever really an ideal child? Even if on the outside you seem to be, there's always lots of emotions, right? So I really believe that picture books, with their marriage of art and text, are where children's literature begins. And it can only flourish in the experiences children have with those books and sharing them with people they love and trust. And again, this is coming back to the idea of demand. And this really interesting statistic, and I've shared a bibliography at the back of this presentation, so you can look more at the study if you're interested in it. But there was a study done across 26 different countries, I think about 10 years ago. And they found that the presence of books in the home has a greater influence on a child's level of education than does the parent's income, nationality, or level of education. So just having books around can help just improve a child's life outcomes, right? Their level of education, which seems to maybe not have anything exactly to do with books sitting around their house. But this factor, more than anything else, was really found to be so critical. So if you can't get a lot of books in your home, maybe at the library, maybe just being exposed to them, that's really so critical. And then picture books encourage all different kinds of literacies. So visual literacy, right? It's not just the text, but how the text and the image work together. And in our really media-centric world, that's a critical skill for a child to have, to look at a picture and think about it. Think about, what is that picture trying to tell me? And then to take themselves and say, is that something that I want to hear? Or put it through their own critical thinking, right? Reading skills, of course, building their own skills to be able to, learn their phonics and decode and all the important things in learning to actually read. Then social emotional development, thinking about others, thinking about themselves, their language development, explaining their own ideas. So much is really right there in the picture book. So, I think we must encourage parents and teachers to read to children, to read together, to share picture books together, talk about them, and relate those stories to their lives and their language. So here I'm going to share a little bit about my own experience with Leave Me Alone. That's my son, just tonight, actually, when we were reading this story together. And, the first place in this book where I think he really engaged, right, is this second or third page where her grandchildren are curious about knitting. Of course, it's really funny that this woman is kind of falling down and being just, all balls of yarn in the air. These children run by and they're curious and, they're wondering, can you make your brother eat this ball of yarn? I think I laugh as an adult, but I know my son immediately thinks, oh yeah, that's how I feel about my little sister sometimes. He's immediately kind of engaged in that story. And then this bit, now as an adult, of course, I'm laughing here. I know not only is she at the end of her rope, but that's sort of, a metaphor, and it's visually true. She's at literally the end of her yarn. So it's funny. So I'm enjoying this experience too as an adult, and the child inside of me and the adult that I am. It's really, really fun. And then, we see kind of her little routine before she leaves. And I know my son asked me, what's a samovar? And so we were able to learn a little bit about another culture, that this is a sort of vessel in which Russians put tea, and that you can get your tea out of it. And so that was something fun to learn. You can also, of course, be having an educational experience with a picture book as well, right? This sort of window idea. And then, of course, this part where both he and I kind of understand, like we both said to each other, leave me alone sometimes for different reasons, right? But it's something where that emotion we both relate to. And then here, I just think we're both surprised. That's one of the most wonderful things about this story is you're reading it and you're reading along and you're like, okay, she goes and sees the bear, she goes and sees the goats. And then suddenly she's walking onto the moon and your whole mind is thinking a little bit differently because this really unexpected thing has happened. And then, of course, there's these little aliens with their beep, 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 beeps and with, phones and all the electronics that kids have these days. This is very funny to see this very grim like story that feels so old fashioned. And yet here you are with these aliens, and she can't even go into outer space without something bothering her, right? And then we've got the wormhole, which just, I think is so brilliant, both visually, right? That suddenly you're in a totally black environment with the visuals, and you're experiencing that emotionally and also through the story. It's just done so well for that picture book experience. And so she's alone, it's perfect. And we get to see her go back through some similar activities. So this is something that happens a lot in children's picture books. To see that repetition is, we already sort of knew, we watched her have a routine, and now she has her routine again in a different way. And that's something that is just really nice, that kind of circular idea for a story. You'll see it a lot in, all kinds of stories, but I think it works really well visually in a picture book as well. And then she goes back through the wormhole, and here we are at the fabulous end to this story where our heroine is now happy and with her grandchildren. So it's not only me and kind of my own personal feeling about about picture books, but there is a real science behind picture books and why it is that they're so fantastic. So I wanted to show some of this video, and let's see if I can actually make it work here. Let's see, it's not actually seeming that it wants to work. So, all right, well, this video, you can see it's also in the, will be in the bibliography. And it basically talks about the science of story sharing experiences. So I've summarized it here. But you can actually see these different parts of a child's brain lighting up when they are hearing and experiencing a story. So when they see pictures, their visual cortex lights up. When they hear words, their auditory cortex is lighting up. And then when children are talking back or answering questions about a story or engaging with a story, then their language centers are lighting up. So you really have a full brain experience in this story sharing. And I think that's really important to remember when you're talking about children's books and picture books and sharing them. Sometimes it can seem like it might be a bit frivolous, or there's other things like the Vice Chancellor was saying that seem really important, like studying for your exams and figuring out what your career is going to be when you're older. And actually, this experience of being with a child, reading with them, is so important to their learning and development in a really scientific way, as well as just a cultural and just a wonderful way. I mean, I think the bedtime story, and we make most stories into a bedtime story, and in my family, we're able to do that. And it's such a nice experience to just talk about a story with a child and with anyone, really. So talking a little bit about Room to Read's work. So we grow book ecosystems. And I know my wonderful colleagues from Room to Read India are hosting this, this session, or this series of sessions. And they are a huge part of helping create these about 3,000 books in 50 languages, 21 countries since 2003. We're constantly growing. So it's really fun. We make books around the world, and then we're able to share them across different contexts. So that can be really fun for adding a lot of windows for the children we work with. And we're looking at both this supply and demand, right? We're looking at availability. So we want to help train local talent, to mentor authors and illustrators, editors and designers, to help expose anyone who wants to learn, anyone who wants to read children's books, to what great children's literature can be, to help universities connect with course materials, and work with publishers in adapting books in languages, commercial and non-commercial, print and digital, and building libraries and stocking them. So we really do have quite a robust amount of work in the supply area. And we're also now really trying to focus on demand, right? So how do we create that world of readers who are so eager to share books with children? Through events like this, right? Working with governments, advocating, and really working with parents and teachers so they understand at a really deep level the wonder of reading and reading aloud, which is so uncommon in so many childhoods around the world for so many different reasons, right? But we want to just try to get those books into children's hands. And last, an idea about how you might start to grow an Indian children's literature. I'm so intrigued by the idea of, what is the Indian picture book? The Leave Me Alone is a great example of kind of a riff on the Western picture book, and it turns some normal story ideas kind of upside down. But in so many different places in India, obviously, far better than I, there's so many rich traditions of storytelling. So when you bring together art and text, what could you do? What kinds of picture books might exist? Do they have words at all? Is a question that I have. There's so many wonderful oral stories, and being able to share them with even parents who may not be able to read text. What can they do by looking at a picture and sharing that with children? That's such an important part of reading as well. And then building a community of critique to improve the asking of questions about books and reading, and determine what quality means for books in your context. I've put a link here to a wonderful organization out of South Africa. And it was actually founded by a woman named Eleanor Sisulu. And she had a book that she wrote right after Black South Africans were allowed to vote. And it was called The Day Go-Go Goes to Vote. And when that book was published in the US and in the UK, she suddenly got all of these reviews. And she thought, wow, this is amazing. I mean, that so many people are reading my book, and also that they're thinking about it and spreading like the knowledge about this book around to teachers and communities. And so she wanted that to be possible for South African literature as well. And she started this website where books in Indigenous South African languages are reviewed, and people can go and learn about them and find them. Could think about perhaps community support and win-win possibilities for building demand in small businesses. So there's a very interesting movement in China and Japan where mothers will work as almost a publisher rep, and they'll bring other mothers in their communities into their houses or into a place in the community and share books that are coming out from that publisher or from a collection of publishers. And that's a great way for people to, of course, get together, and who doesn't love to get together? Hopefully that will be able to happen for all of us soon. You know, right now we're doing it all virtually, but it works virtually too, right? Coming together and talking about things we care about, like stories in our children. And then there's communities like Storyteller Academy, which is kind of an online series of courses, which you could check out. And then there's a really interesting kind of thoughts around technology that I had mentioned, but when children's books became really popular commercially in the United States, it was because suddenly the price of them dropped dramatically, which was because a group of publishers got together and thought, if we print 1 million copies at once, we can bring down the cost so much. But in order to sell those books, we need to get them everywhere we possibly can. And so that was when books first started arriving in supermarkets and in other places where families usually were. And that was really an amazing way to get more books into more families' hands and make them affordable, because you get lots of economies of scale when you print so many books at one time. And those were full color books. And if you're interested in learning more about that, there's a really interesting video on Room to Read's Literacy Cloud, which talks about the history of the American children's book industry as just to give ideas for other ways that children's book industries can grow. And then the last idea, of course, is to create courses at Doon University with the support of wonderful Room to Read India team and the publishing community. So I know you are already starting to do that. And I hope it goes really fabulously. So thank you all so much. And it's been a real pleasure getting to speak with you today.
Thank you, Alicia. The screen. Thank you, Alicia. That was wonderful, delightful, absolute delight to hear, and especially the story as you read it out. So that was really beautiful, and I know that you have a number of compliments here. Anybody who the floor is open for question. If there's anyone who would like to ask any questions, meanwhile, while you just decide what question you want to ask, I'm going to thank Alicia for discussing at length the kind of textual politics that goes into reading and the writing of text, which she spoke about. She also spoke at length about the whole mechanics of publishing and how we get children to read what we publish, and so why it's such an important thing, and how it's so important to read the way that that we must we must look for creative ways of reading. And also I think in that sense both of you, ma'am, Professor Vice Chancellor ma'am, and you kind of resonated on the importance of responsibility in terms of reading. You know, the important responsible task that involves us as people around children, as caregivers, to be able to provide the right books to children to read. So any questions? Your narrative rendering of the short story shall stay with us in your in your beautiful, engaging voice. It shall stay with us. Okay, so thank you, Alicia. Thank you so much, and we hope that we are going to be part of a longer association. I'm sure we are going to do better things and more things together again. So Fatima has a question. In fact, there are questions. If you'd like to take them, please. One is how to identify. Chenika Dhingra asks how to identify the topics that children would like to read about. I'm going to combine two questions. So she says, how to identify the topics that children would like to read about. And Fatima Mustafa asks, how can we bring in trauma theory into children's literature and choose books to develop the relevance of both? So would you like to take those questions, Alicia?
Sure. In trying to think about what children would like to read, we maybe want to ask that question from the opposite direction, right? What would you like to read? What is the child in you interested in reading about? I think that the most magical stories come from those places inside of us and the children that we once were. And in terms of how to bring different kinds of really important topics for children together into books, I think, there's more than one kind of children's book, right? There's so many different things that a book can do. And I think the picture book story, like the one that I shared, is more that one that comes from the creator. And they have something they want to share. They have something from their childhood, something that might inspire children. And then there's also books that are more practical in help children through certain experiences or to learn about a certain thing. And those might end up being a bit more didactic, which is okay. We can have lots of different kinds of books in kind of the constellation of children's literature.
There's another question. It says, is it necessary to study child and adolescent psychology to understand children's literature?
I don't think so, personally. I think anything that you've studied and anything that is part of you as a creator is going to make its way into how you express a story. And then, if there's a particular developmental moment in a child's life that it would be helpful to have a book about, like my child has a book that's called, The Power of No. And it's all about, how much he wants to say no all the time, but it also helps flip it around so that I, as a parent, have some tools to be able to help him think a little bit beyond that immediate reaction. So, like I said, there's many different kinds of books. And I think it's important to have not only those books that kind of help parents and help do certain specific things, and also those books without any intention. So they're meant for the child to bring their own intention and their own ideas to it.
Thank you so much. That was such a powerful thought, Alicia, and it's going to stay with us. Let the child bring his or her own intention into the book. That's so wonderful. Golden nugget. So so with that, I'd like to thank Alicia, and I'd like to welcome Dr. Anto Thomas, Associate Professor at St. Thomas College. Dr. Anto Thomas Chakramakil is Associate Professor and Head of Research Department of English at St. Thomas College Autonomous in Thrissur in the state of Kerala in India. He has been awarded prestigious international fellowships like Fulbright Pre-Doctoral Fellowship to the National Center for the Study of Children's Literature, among many others. He was one of the keynote speakers to International Research Society for Children's Literature Biennial Congress in 2015. Apart from his scholarly journal article publications in 2 books, Subversive Ideals in American Children's Literature and German Enlightenment in British Malabar, Dr. Herman Gundart's contributions to Malayalam children's literature. He has published in journals He has co-authored the Malayalam back translation and essay in Alice in Wonderland of Wonderlands, published by the Oak Knoll Press, USA 2015. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Professor Dr. Anto Thomas. And just a minute, sir, before you begin your presentation, let me just inform the participants that I am going to have a presentation after Dr. Thomas and Dr. Mudiganti at about 1:30. So I'll pass the floor to Dr. Thomas, please. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Madam, for this warm wishes of welcome to the workshop. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I'd like to record my heartfelt appreciation to Room to Read India, the prime organizer of this workshop. And I would like to thank the authorities of the host institution, Doon University, for this wonderful opportunity that has been given to me for this presentation. Now, to continue with my presentation, the role of children's literature in higher education. The last decade in India has seen an unprecedented growth in the attention given to children's literature, both within our Indian Academy and beyond it. This shift in cultural attitudes towards children's literature is a phenomenon that has attracted attention to highlighting the dual readership of children's literature, the child readers and the adult readers, their motives, perspectives, and values. Definitely, the status of children's literature as an academic field has dramatically enhanced in our country. Now, it's a field with a growing number of scholars taking interest in it. Books and journal articles are published. Conferences and workshops are organized. And there are a progressive number of doctoral researchers in this field. Children's literature has emerged as a vigorous and diverse area, taught at graduate as well as postgraduate levels in many Indian universities and colleges, especially as a part of a BA English or MA English programs. Children's literature studies in higher education today implies to be involved in an exciting and rapidly changing list of topics. What are these topics? The topics, I would say, include defining the field of children's literature, the history of children's literature, genres of children's literature, concepts of childhood, and so on. Besides, as children's literature is eclectic, it accommodates diverse critical approaches, including reader response theory, new critical approach, psychoanalytic point of view, structuralist or post-structuralist or post-modernist perspectives, views of Marxist criticism or feminism, and so on. Now, I would like to focus today on two significant aspects of children's literature studies. Firstly, children's literature and childhood in our Indian context. And secondly, to indulge in a brief session on globalized childhood and children's literature. But prior to these discussions, let me continue a little more further with my introduction. The premier question while discussing the role of children's literature in higher education is, what is children's literature? You may think it as a very easy topic, but defining what children's literature is, isn't that easy. In fact, it is notoriously difficult to arrive at an all agreeable definition of children's literature. The difficulty rises to issues in answering a series of other questions, like what is a child? What is literature? What is childhood? Is there a universal childhood? What is Indian childhood? Etc. Now, there could be no children's literature without real children. However, childhood is obviously far more than a simple biological stage of childhood. Philip Parry's treatise, Centuries of Childhood, published in 1962, contributed much to the concept of childhood, thus making children's literature a respectable academic pursuit in higher education. There are myriad ways various societies throughout their history conceive the idea of childhood. A society's concept of childhood is pivotal in determining the shift from instruction to amusement as the central principle of children's literature. Now, for example, we have the romantic concept of innocent childhood, or Victorian fantasies in the concept of childhood, and so on. In fact, how much has Indian English children's literature moved away from didactic moral tales of the first decade of our independence in India to pleasurable stories for the entertainment of children in our contemporary times? I would say this is dependent on our shifting notions of childhood. It is cultural studies that reveals this shifting paradigm to recognize that the child, like other cultural objects, is socially constructed. So we may examine our sentimental attachment to certain images of children. I would like to draw your attention to the dangers of perpetuating the romantic image of the child in our particular social reality in Indian context. In other words, there is a challenge in our contemporary times to make books, pictures, movies, toys that do more for children than merely cater to upper caste adult fantasies of childhood. Moving on to the second question, what is children's literature? On the one hand, what is regarded as children's literature, even in our contemporary times, is to some extent arbitrary, subject to historical circumstances. On the other hand, the children's literature specialist from Israel, Zohar Shavitz, a professor of children's literature, in her work, Poetics of Children's Literature, published in 1986, argues that children's literature develops not arbitrarily, but in the same systematic way across different societies. We also must take into account the critical insights of the American critic Neil Postman, whose work, The Disappearance of Childhood in 1982, into our consideration. Postman argues that gradually the concept of childhood disappears. Is it the media, television, or ICT that is the cause of a drastic shift in our perceptions of childhood? There are a number of contemporary discourses concerning how children become adultified these days and adults become childified. Few would deny that increasing globalization in our 21st century Indian context, the concentration of capital in multinational conglomerates has resulted into the insignificance of local versions of childhood. We now tend to think in favor of a multiculturally acceptable generic child. And oftentimes, this child is a child created with the influence of the Western media. To be more precise, the Disney, as the main perpetrator of our concepts of childhood. Having dealt briefly with this introduction, I now move on to the two significant topics of my discussion. The first topic is a discussion on Indian children's literature in the context of our childhood, Indian child. Compared to the Western children's literature, it's only recently that childhood has begun to be studied in India seriously. The first scholars to begin this work were Sudhir Kakar and Ashish Nandy. While Sudhir Kakar's book, The Inner World, a psychoanalytic study of childhood and society in India, published in 1978, focused inwardly to produce a psychoanalytic reading of Indian Hindu male childhood. Ashish Nandy looked outward, offering a post-colonial perspective in his studies. Later on, Ruby Lal, in her work, Coming of Age in 19th Century India, The Girl Child and the Art of Playfulness, published in 2013, explicates how colonial as well as native reformist discourses focused on girlhood. This work is a radical shift in the general perception of upper caste male Indian childhood to a study on female childhood. Her research reveals that the Indian construction of female childhood only emerged in the 19th century through a process of nurturing, education, and playfulness. Ruby Lal's study on girlhood is not something very unique. Earlier, Michelle Super in 2011, in her work, Contemporary English Language, Indian Children's Literature, Representations of Nation, Culture, and the New Indian Girl, examines Indian girlhood from a variety of perspectives to argue that fictional female characters in English language children's literature in India perform an ideal national gender identity by their powerful voices, by their clothing, and by wielding their bodies as tools that allow them to meet national aspirations. By focusing on what she calls the new Indian girl, Michelle Super, a Canadian scholar of Indian children's literature, shows how children's literature is bound up in nation and identity formation, usually with a utopian bias. Super, in her study, has delineated the polemics involved in the portrayal of central characters in Indian children's literature in English as representative of hegemonic groups. She depicts the way childhood is ideologically constructed to maintain the power structure, while fictional heroes and heroines work together to achieve social transformation. The central characters portrayed in Indian English children's literature, Super argues, are homogeneous rather than diverse. Thinking again about the importance of constructions of girlhood, she goes on to observe that many contemporary Indian children's fiction in English deconstructs traditional notions of female childhood and portrays girls as active, independent, liberal, and empowered. They have their agency. The female child protagonists make use of their agency to improve their own lives and those of others who are around them. Thus, the 21st century has seen a host of scholarly studies on Indian childhood. Indian childhood, real childhood, imagined childhood, from historical, socio-cultural, political, as well as literary perspectives. You may even recollect my own study on the polemics of Indian childhood in my 2017 essay published by Edinburgh University Press in the journal International Research in Children's Literature, where I argue that there are multiple Indian childhoods, and Indian childhood is not a homogeneous single entity. I argue a distinction between the forces of cultural homogenization in the past that have helped to reconcile representation of Indian childhood to modernity, and the current attempts at cultural homogenization, which resist and subvert this reality that there are multiple Indian childhoods. Indian childhood is constructed essentially as syncretic and hybrid. It is a part of our post-colonial resistance to the threats of this homogenized child. So to conclude this session on Indian childhood, we may state that Indian childhood is mainly constructed on Hello. I beg your pardon. Can you hear me?
Yes, Professor, we can hear you now.
Um, um, when did I lose my connection? I just want to know. I think I lost my connection. I completed the first session on Indian.
Yeah, I
Indian.
mean, right. It would be good if you could start with the second.
Okay. Now, let me start with the second topic. I'm sorry for this interruption. Now, let me speak a little on children's literature in the context of globalization. Children's literature has its link with the capitalism, marketing strategies, and economic progress. And this is actually historical. From the very beginning of children's literature had a tie with the capitalism and marketing strategies. What I speak of is the modern children's literature in the West. Children's texts inescapably implicate capitalist enterprise and are subject to the internationalization of global trade and markets and the development of multinational publishing companies. This global research imprints itself spatially and enables the sale of, for example, Harry Potter series or other contemporary Western books for children in many languages and locations now, resulting to crowd out children's books produced locally. Book publishing has responded to the new realities of globalization by becoming an information industry with business organized not so much around the manufacture of goods, but rather around the generation of rights for sale. Many publishing companies now cash in on the ambitions of parents for their children in a global world, producing informational materials in the form of book products and computer packages. This tendency is particularly evident in our country, which do not have a long history of children's literature production in the sense of Western children's literature. If we go to an average bookshop, more than half the floor space is devoted to products intended for parents who want their children to improve their children's spelling, mathematics ability, geography, or their general knowledge. These products cater to high density populations where places in universities and other institutions are highly competitive, so that parents want the best possible opportunities for their children. Yet, counter developments are visible. There are resistance in many countries like our own. Government and art organizations or even NGOs continue to provide support for national literature and particularly for regional children's literature. Rhetorics of globalization tend to foreground notions of the global village, where the world's children are assumed to enjoy uniform access to products and texts. The global village is, however, differentially available to children and young people depending upon their material circumstances. I have presented briefly two contexts. Children's literature in India, in the Indian context, and the globalization, the impact of globalization on children's literature and allied material. We may say that Indian childhood has come into a stalemate situation because there are different multicultural versions of childhood, but then there has been a traditional attempt to homogenization of childhood. Apart from the traditional attempt to homogenization of childhood, today in our contemporary times, we would find that there is an attempt to national consciousness, a bourgeois nationalism that is trying to bring in a particular sort of homogenization of Indian childhood. Now, before we conclude, what is the solution to this stalemate situation on Indian childhood? The suggestion I offer is that significant changes can occur in our literary construction of Indian childhood when the voices of regional authors are no longer feeble. Let them express their identity freely. Promotion of regional children's literature in India and the wide translation of these regional children's literature is the key to unlocking the puzzling thresholds of Indian childhood. The second solution is more as to provide a symbolic model or an image on Indian children's literature. What can India offer as a model to the globalized world of children's literature? Here, I would like to seek resort to feminism. I argue that feminism has steered the pivotal discourse in Indian children's literature today. Why do I say so? You can look at the number of contemporary Indian children's literature authors, and you would recognize that take most of these Indian authors of children's literature of contemporary Indian English, for example. Most of the authors are women with a progressive mentality. So I think it is pertinent to have this comprehensive literary metaphor to link feminism and Indian children's literature in our globalized context. Recently, the Delhi-based children's writer Deepa Agarwal edited an anthology of Indian children's literature and named it Spinning Yarns, the best children's stories from India. It was published in 2013. But I am hesitant to take this image of spinning to signify the soul of Indian children's literature. I consider spinning as a worn-out metaphor of Eurocentric discourse on feminism, which is a metaphor linked to European fairy tales and children's literature. Also, the art of spinning is quite linear. It is monotonous. Whatever be the intellectual weight of this metaphorical identification, I don't think spinning is the right image. Definitely, an alternative model or image is needed to link Indian feminist perspectives and children's literature. My hunting for a substantial image has arrived at the process called quilting. Quilting is an Asian art form that gained popularity later on in Europe and America. Quilting essentially is sewing pieces of ripped clothes into a design. Quilt as textual discourse views it. It is a metaphor for women's creativity, which has been smothered by patriarchal hegemony. So I would like to borrow this image of quilting, and I would suggest that the children's authors, most of them are women. They are contributing to this quilt by publishing their works in children's literature. Apart from that, who else contributes to this quilt? Another significant contribution to the quilt pattern of Indian children's literature is offered by the publishers and editors of our contemporary period. I would say Tuliga or Katha or Tara or Pratham, Young Zuban, Karadi Tales, or even Duckbill. They are all contributing to this quilt pattern of Indian children's literature. They promote non-sexist, inclusive, multicultural books for readers of all age groups. Most of these indigenous publications for children are also soundly known in the international arena. And they are spearheaded by strong women personalities. And they do not hide their feminist concerns in their publication policies, I would say. So quilting as a metaphor is relevant in the cultural diversity of India to imagine a unified national identity through literary production for children in our globalized context. It's a powerful symbol for women's creativity that has actually taken fire in the country in our contemporary times. Now, last but not the least, when we speak of the contributions to the quilt pattern, I would say another significant contribution to this quilt pattern is from that of the contributions of non-profit organizations who promote children's literature and children's reading habits, like Room to Read, of course. They are promoting the concepts of Indian childhood in our globalized context. The contributions of these organizations like Room to Read actually now lays open as an excellent topic for even doctoral research in children's literature in the context of Indian children's literature, Indian childhood in the contemporary globalized age. Thank you. Now, before we open up for discussions, I take this opportunity to make a short academic announcement on children's literature. Recently, editors of an international writing assignment have contacted me to the edited volume to write a chapter on young adult literature in India. The editors have submitted their writing project to a renowned international publisher. They are from Europe. And they have contacted me and they have demanded to write an essay on young adult Indian English literature as well as on young adult literature in Hindi and Bengali. This is the theme of the writing project for India. Now, I require the assistance of a genuine scholar to co-author along with me this essay on Indian young adult literature. I do not know Hindi and Bengali. That is the reason why I'm looking for a co-author. I look forward to contacts from this auspicious audience of the workshop in Doon University, which I'm sure definitely the participants include scholars in children's literature who can, let's say, co-author with me. So please feel free to contact me for joining in this collaborative venture. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. That was a very enlightening lecture. You spoke at length about Indian childhood in terms of a syncretic and hybrid identity. You spoke about publishing and reading as a catalyst venture in the context of globalization, market production, commoditization of children's literature, the role of governments and NGOs in the production of children's literature, the idea of government NGOs supporting regional and national children's literature. You also spoke about the key ideas that you left the audience with to think about, contemplate about, in terms of giving regional writers their due space, a very more capacious space, if I may say so, than already exists. A lot of work we all know is going on in our own state in Uttarakhand. Several books, our own Honorable Vice Chancellor has translated many short stories, and the work continues. It's a work in progress. And then, critics like you and writers like you are writing critically and writing so well on this front as well. So, and also you spoke about what India can offer as a model to children's literature. We all know that children's literature as such was something that as a genre was really, something that achieved its golden age from 1860 in Britain to around the Second World War. But we have our own idea of children's literature, and we must now show that to the world in a larger way than we already have. I request you to just try and engage with a few questions that have been put up in the light of the very, very enlightening talk that you have regaled us with. The first question is, can a children's book be a window to adult problems, or does it need to be light and happy only? Asks Prekshi Negi. I'm just going to combine two questions each time so that it's easy for you to address them. The second question is by Appala, who says, how does one go about and help children identify stereotyping in books? Her question is, how does one go about and help children identify stereotyping in books? So would you like to address those first?
Can you repeat the first question, ma'am? Just the second is on stereotyping.
Yes, I will right away. The first question is, can a children's book be a window to adult problems, or does it need to be light and happy only?
Well, it depends upon the perspective. What your motivation is in children's literature. There are two types of children's literature and the perspective of looking at children's literature. One is to focus on the child, the real child. And when you focus on the real child, you tend to be very, very, very careful. And we have our adult perceptions. This is something that the child cannot accommodate. This is a concept that the child cannot take in. For example, traditionally, concepts like death or sex have been eliminated from children's literature, traditional children's literature. But researchers have probed into this topic, and can we say that the children aren't aware of the stark reality of death? They are in their own ways. So one need to get into the perspective of the child, and there are cultural barriers. The Indian culture, how our culture looks at childhood, how our culture looks at our perspective for children's literature, all this matter. And can adults' problems be addressed in children's literature? Sometimes they can be. They can be addressed. At least how the child looks at the adult. We can say, let's say, I do not know whether the audience have read certain significant American works of children's literature, like Harriet the Spy. Harriet the Spy. Harriet the Spy of Louis Fitzhugh, written in 1960s, 65 or something. Many contemporary women, American women, would say that they have developed feminist perspectives because during their childhood, they read Harriet the Spy. So adult problems can be presented through works for children. Some of these works for children which deal with such problems of adults may not be, let's say, popular or maybe banned, may not be, let's say, popular in the sense that it may not keep up with the didactic principles of children's literature, but they do. There are ways in which, so it all depends. There cannot be any hard and fast rule that says this is only the topic that is meant for children's literature. Our concept of children, childhood,
So
and children's literature. Yes, yes. The stereotyping, I would say, that is,
yes.
I hope I have answered even both of these questions together. So the stereotyping, you need to, let's say, get into the, we can analyze it probably with the reader response theory, taking into the concept of a reader response theory, how to read along with children, getting the responses from children, how they get the stereotypes like sexist or racist ideas that are hidden in children's literature. We can guide them probably through reader response methods. That would be one ideal method.
Okay.
I hope. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Thomas, there's a request by one by Soumya. She wants to. She's very impressed with your lecture, and she would like to get your email ID if possible, so that she can get in touch with you and confer with you further. There is also Sharwani who'd like to ask you a question related to Michelle's Pearl. Her question is, can you please elaborate on the works referred to by Michelle Superl while discussing the proactive female protagonists and construction of girlhood in Indian children's literature? Are there any folk tales or folklore in your knowledge as well that throw light on this aspect of children's literature?
Yes, to speak of Michelle Superl, she did her doctoral research from Newcastle University in England. She visited me during her doctoral research. I think she came to all of India. She visited India. She stayed in India. She did her research on more than 100 or so books of, let's say, the late 20th century and early 21st century Indian English children's literature. So her book is, it's available. It's a contemporary English language Indian children's literature, representations of a nation, culture, and the new Indian girl. Actually, it is her doctoral research, which was later published by Routledge Publications. If you type Michelle Superl in the net, I'm sure you will get this book. This is one of the most significant works on Indian English children's literature written by a Western scholar. children's literature, representations of nation, culture, and the new Indian girl. It's a critical word. Yes. Yes.
Sorry. So is there anything you'd like to say, or should I ask the next question, if I may?
Okay. Oh, okay. Please continue.
The other question, there are two questions actually asked by different participants. I'd like to combine them. So one question is, how and when should one, Riya Jain asks this question, how and when should how should one introduce children to the LGBTQIA community? And the other question that is asked is by Sanjukta, who asks, people sometimes hope and they believe it's a mandate that children's story as a mandate should be a moral story. So is it necessary to teach children something always, or that it should convey a message, or just not let children read for fun?
Okay.
I think, sir, in the start of Sanjukta, if I may, at the start of his session, he said, there's no children's literature without a child. So
Yeah.
he was very, I think that's a very poignant thought. But sir, please answer it.
Yes. Now, the first question was how and when should a parent or an adult introduce topics like LGBTQ to children? I think we don't need to be so earnest about that. Let the child demand. The children will be inquisitive in the present contemporary society. When the children demand for it, I think that is the apt time. If we are taking the first step, perhaps it may not be psychologically correct.
I think we have some problem with Dr. Thomas's audio. Can someone please get in touch with him? Because Dr. Modiganti is also with us. Yes, I think so. Yeah, he's joined us. Like, I'm so glad. If you could please unmute yourself, Dr. Thomas, if I may request you to unmute yourself.
Yes. I suddenly lost my connection. It's also because it's a time for online class all over the state, and the internet problem pops up without my, let's say. Now, so I think the first question is quite answered, because we don't need to take the initiative. Let the child be inquisitive, and that I would say is the correct time to introduce the topic. If not, the child will learn slowly. Now, we adults have a patronizing as well as colonizing attitude. We think that everything should be introduced to us. There should be, let's say, opportunity for children to explore on their own in the library. They can explore on their own if the child is given ample opportunities for that. The second was, should it be mandatory to have a message out? Now, if the message is explicit and if it is direct, I think it would be very boring to our contemporaries. But there cannot be any children's literature, I would say, because children's literature can exist only with the real child, although adults can read and take pleasure and make a lot of critical studies on children's literature, but children's literature proper can exist only with the real child. And when it is with the real child, obviously there will be some element of message in it, but often as sugar-coated tablets, hidden, not so overt. It will be there, and it will not be direct. The child may not, let's say, directly know it, but slowly it will work behind the scene, not on the stage. Now, children's literature, for your information, is the only genre of literature that is written with a specific age group. If you look at a book for a child, it will be said for the age group 8 to 10-year-old children to read, or 10 to 13-year-old children to read, 13 to 16-year-old people to read. We never publish any work in adult literature saying that this is meant for people at the age group 50 to 55. So this age restriction also has to do with what is the level of didacticism that is given to children. And I would say that children consider it as highly obsolete to have direct messages given to them in their writings for them. I think it's.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thomas. Thank you for sparing the time. Thank you for being so generous in answering all the questions. You have painstakingly and effortlessly answered all the questions, and I'm sure that our audience has a lot to process long after we finish with the workshop. Thank you so much, and also for the opportunity that you've given to young scholars to reach out to you, especially concerning the book that you're writing and the chapter that you're writing. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Richa Joshi, for being so patiently listening to what I say, and especially when I lost my internet connection. So thank you for the good words of introduction, as well as for steering this discussion so well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure, Dr. Thomas. With that, I would like to request Ms. Aditi Bisht from our department. Aditi Bisht is assistant professor at the Department of English, Doon University. And Aditi, would you please, I request you to please introduce our next speaker, Dr. Usha Mudiganti, please. Over to Aditi.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So now next we have Dr. Usha Mudiganti. She is an associate professor in Ambedkar University. Ma'am teaches English and is associated with the School of Letters and the School of Undergraduate Studies. She's also a deputy dean of the School of Undergraduate Studies of a university. Her research interests are study of childhoods in literature, gender studies, and popular culture studies. Her interest in the study of childhood began during her master's degree in English at the University of Hyderabad. Through her MPhil dissertation at the University of Hyderabad, she has highlighted the lack of substantial depictions of girlhood, even in Bildungsroman novels, with girl protagonists in late Victorian and early modern England. She obtained her PhD degree in 2007 from the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, for her thesis on the reification of childhood. Her book on the child in literature, titled Toying with Childhood, is forthcoming. So I would now like to welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Aditi, for the introduction. And Thank you, Room to Read, for contacting me about this. And thank you to Doon University for this opportunity to present my thoughts on children's literature and subtext. So I have been listening to Dr. Anto Thomas's lecture, and thank you, Dr. Thomas, for this extremely erudite presentation that you gave on children's literature in India. And it sort of, I feel that it sort of sets the stage for what I have prepared for the day. And it also gave me like the energy and the enthusiasm when I saw the questions being asked. Because when I saw the questions, I was like, wow, these are people who really are interested in children's literature. And in the academic study of children's literature, which is very heartening. So with that, I would like to begin what I wanted to actually say or speak about children's literature today. So when we talk of children's literature, I joined Dr. Anto Thomas's speech a little late, and therefore I don't know what is the context from where he emerged into the argument. So what I really actually followed was his argument, and but the context that I wanted to bring to everybody's notice is this idea of when we start saying children's literature, what is it that we really mean? What do we mean when we say children's literature? Now, with people like the students of Doon University, who are, I think, all of them young adults. Please don't be offended when I say that, but what I mean is that, you know, you people are people who are adults, of course, in the legal sense, and who have also probably attained the legal age of adulthood, and therefore you would like to believe that you are adults, and that's wonderful. And I'm not for a second doubting that, right? All I want to say is that, you know, when we start these categories, when we say this is a child, this is a young adult, this is a teenager, this is an adolescent, what really are we doing? We are using some sorts of parameters, and we are using these parameters to be able to say that, you know, the use of these parameters help us to understand what really is useful for this person. What is it that might interest this person? What is it that this person would like to read? What is it that this person would be able to access cognitively, emotionally, intellectually, and socially? Right. So what are the various things that we categorize as being good for various categories, right? And that is exactly how, when we look at children's literature, we start with this idea of, first of all, what is a child? And then what is children's literature? So, you know, this seems like a fairly commonsensical sort of a thing, because as Dr. Thomas was pointing out, if we walk into an average size bookshop, literally half the books in the bookshelves are targeting children and are saying that these are for children, right? So, and people who go to buy these books, if these people are children, they are probably going with somebody who is older than them, and therefore is a young adult or an adult, who is saying that, you know, well, I will guide you into picking up a book that is appropriate for you to read, right? So, which brings us back to this idea that what really are children reading, and what is it that children are getting to read, right? So when we ask these questions, then we are actually then going back to this moment where we began, which is saying that what is appropriate for a child to read, right? And therefore, we are also looking back at this moment where we say, what is really children's literature? Yeah. And how is it different from every other kind of literature? So let me just briefly take you to this point where these questions probably started being asked, right? These questions probably started being asked when publishing and printing became accessible and inexpensive, and education or literacy was gaining uh, some um, traction. Yeah. Which means that socially people were thinking that it is important for people to be educated, for the masses to be educated, because you see, it was not like always and forever everybody had equal access to education. From the 21st century perspective, and from the privileged sorts of perspectives that we all, despite our heterogeneous experiences, despite the levels of inequity that we face, the we in from our current location are actually quite privileged. The fact that we are joining this webinar and the fact that we are able to do webinars tells us that we are privileged, right? So allow me that that descriptor for now, and let me continue with this idea that when we say that we are privileged and we look back at, say, 2 centuries and 3 centuries, what we are looking at is a moment where people did not have access to literacy and education at the level at which we currently have, right? However, because of various kinds of socio-cultural changes from the 17th century onwards, uh, although although printing was invented in the middle of the 15th century, and there were various sorts of books printed, there were pamphlets printed, there were all kinds of things printed. Printing was supremely expensive, and bookmaking was supremely expensive, and therefore nobody really thought of book buying or producing books to target audiences the way in the 21st century we now think, right? So considering all these sorts of things, books that were written and books that were bound and books that were sold to people who were highly literate, highly educated, and were of the category that we would now think as rich or elite, right? So which only means that really very, very few children accessed books, and the ones who accessed books in the early 17th and 18th centuries were children of a particular class, and quite a lot of them were actually books that were specifically written or prepared, handmade sometimes, by their family members. And it is uh, in a fairly recent research in children's literature revealed to us that the exact date when people can trace back this sort of unique designer books was 1740 by a woman called uh, Jane Woodward, who hand wrote cards and books and various sorts of things to be able to engage with her children in ways in which she would be teaching them, right? So so literally the beginnings of children's literature shows to us that children's literature started with a pedagogical intent, So what I mean by that is that children's literature in its absolute first sort of forms in the Western world was started with an intention of teaching children. Now, what is it that children are being taught? Sometimes children are taught the basics of literacy. Sometimes children are taught the ways of the world. Sometimes children are taught wisdom. Sometimes children are taught the cultural belief systems of their culture. Yeah. So primarily then we can safely say that the beginnings of children's literature was with a pedagogical intent. And children's literature, surprisingly enough, even in contemporary times, retains this pedagogical intent. And large parts of children's literature, large numbers of stories and fiction that is written for children, whether it be stories or novels or oral tales or read aloud stories, various sorts of things retain a pedagogical intent. And there is a sense of a guided reading when there is any sort of conversation around reading and childhood. So when we are taking two things together, when we are taking reading and childhood together, we are talking about a pedagogical intent as being one of the primary aspects of children's literature. Yeah. Now this is one aspect, one primary peg through which one can look at children's literature. However, there has also been, from a very long time, from absolutely, let us say, from the late 19th century onwards, there has also been this aspect of looking at childhood and the essential beliefs about childhood, and therefore saying that, you know, what is it that interests children, what is it that engages children, how can children be taught things without losing their audience, how is it that we can interact with children from the perspective of childhood, right? So therefore there was also then in childhood studies this attempt to look at the history of childhood, and we are still talking about the Western world, okay? So we are looking and we are talking about what is it that, what is when we look back at the history of childhood, where do we say we start noticing this being called a child, right? Now you might think, is she being absurd? Why is it that children are not noticeable, right? I mean, when a child is born, we know a child is born, and therefore we know that, you know, there is something called childhood. Yeah. So why is she being so absurd? I'm sure you're thinking that, right? So let me quickly then explain and elaborate what I mean when I say that, you know, noticing a child. I don't mean noticing biological childhood. Yeah. I know that, you know, from the minute a child is born, we notice a child and we know that there is something called childhood. And the child from its birth has particular sorts of requirements, right? The first requirement, the child when it's born, an infant, is a completely dependent being and depends literally for its life on adults, on caregivers, right? So then it should not be surprising at all to believe that the child is attended to, the child is noticed, and childhood is noticed. As a biological phenomena, childhood is noticed. However, when we look at the history of childhood and we start talking about the history of childhood, we realize that for a very long time, people believed that the child that could walk and talk could be integrated into adult society, which meant that the minute a child acquired the ability to walk by itself and to start talking, the child found its way into its community and learned within the community, learned from the ways of the community, and learned its roles, its place, its life, and its life expectations from what is around in the community, which of course persists even now, undoubtedly, right? All children do not learn everything about how to be and how to behave only after being taught and told. Children observe things. Children observe what's happening around them. From the time children are very, very young, even before children start walking by themselves, and even as children acquire language, they do that out of observation. So children are learning. Children are learning from the second, from the minute that they are born, right? A child who cries out when it's hungry has already learned that it needs to indicate that it is hungry, and therefore gives a signal that I am hungry, feed me, right? So, which means that children are literally learning from the minute they are born. Yeah. It's not like children need to be actually overtly trained into every single thing. Children make meaning from what is around them, right? And they have always been making meaning from what is around them. And therefore, assuming that children need to be taught every single thing is also problematic, and something that probably all of us who are interested in children and in childhood should start wondering about, and should start saying that, now where is it that we learned this idea? So I'm borrowing from what Dr. Thomas was saying, that we have this colonial idea, that this of colonizing, right? So the idea that, unless we are told something, we will not be able to learn it ourselves, and we will not be able to do it ourselves. If as adults we are told that, we get very offended. But we believe that all children need to be always told what they should be doing. However, children from the second they are born survive only because they understand that they should express what is it that they feel and what is it that they want. And they try and try and try to express. However, we also as adults should have the ability and the patience to listen to what they are trying to express. But considering that we talk about childhood in formal settings where we are talking about teaching the child, or dealing with the child, or civilizing the child, or training the child, we try to learn ways in which this teaching and civilizing and training can happen, where we are sensitively looking at the child. So primarily we are saying that I want to engage with the child, I want to understand the child, and I want to sensitively look at the child. The reason we are saying all these things is also because of the fact that there was a moment in history when people really started understanding that it is not sufficient to nurture a child till the moment that the child starts walking and talking, and we can then allow for this child to go into the world and to say that, you know, I am prepared for the world and I will learn by myself. You see, so that is where history of childhood says that most people who look at the history of childhood agree that that moment of this clear differentiation between there being a separation from the world of children to the world of adults can be traced back roughly to the mid in the Western world to the mid 17th century. And from then on, there was this focused looking at childhood. Yeah. So this focused looking at childhood that we're talking about in the Western world, let us say, started somewhere around the 17th century. Right. And that is when it was believed that, you know, children should be trained, children should have some opportunities that are different from adults. There are some sorts of special ways in which children need to be treated. And all these things started showing in what was being written for children. Therefore, and what was then started being considered as children's literature. So the beginnings of children's literature was a moment where we started saying that children need to be taught, and there are specific things that need to be told to children, and children should not be allowed access to specific kinds of knowledge, right? And Leslie Fiedler calls this the beginnings of the cult of childhood. Yeah. And Leslie Fiedler said this in 1957. So it's really not a new term, right? And it's really not a new essay either. The one in which Leslie Fiedler said this, right? So there is therefore something called the cult of childhood, and then there are all these things that start when we start talking about the cult of childhood. One of the things that seems to be the absolutely essential aspect of what we can, how we understand childhood, seems to be in the spectrum of innocence and ignorance. Right. So a lot of the guided reading, a lot of the pedagogical intent towards childhood seems to be at the point where we are talking about the child being ignorant. And therefore, quite a lot of this guided reading is trying to teach the child various things. And primary level books that are written for children, absolutely basic books. If you look at books even in India or abroad today, if you start saying, I want to buy a book for a child, the first thing you will think is, how old is the child? If the child is of the age where the child can be read aloud to and will understand the language in which I'm reading, then you're talking about a child who's around 3 or 4 years old, right? And therefore, you're looking at books that are what are called phonics, yeah, where you're teaching the child, or you're looking at read aloud books, right? Where while you're reading aloud to the child, you are teaching the child what is the world, what is it that the child is entering, who are the people that the child is going to engage with. There is somebody called mama, there is somebody called papa, and there are people called baby sister, baby brother, if there are, or there are possibilities of baby brother and baby sister, right? There are friends, there is a grandmama, there is a grandpapa, there are probably 2 grandmamas and 2 grandpapas, right? So what we are doing therefore is introducing the child into a heteronormative family, and we are explaining the child gender roles, and we are showing the child through literature what the world seems like, What is it that Papa does? What is it that Mama does? And what is it that the child is expected to do? What is it that the child will learn? And what is it that the child will eventually do? Like go to school, right? And what is it if a baby brother or a baby sister is being anticipated? What is it that the child should prepare himself or herself for, right? So we are preparing the child to join the adult world through these books that we are teaching, we are bringing to the child, even if it were a read aloud book, or if it were a book that were uh, uh, to be read by the child, right? So primarily then, every book that is written for a child works with a subtext. The subtext of these books is to prepare the child for the world, right? For the child to make meaning out of the word, to be able to access the world. All right. So primarily it is the word that is going to lead the child into the world. However, the child is already in the world, even in a pre-word stage, right? So I believe that what is important for people who are dealing with children is to also understand that the child is already in the world in a pre-word stage. And if we start doing that, the possibility of making the books that we bring to children becomes richer. We would be able to curb our impulses to be so colonizing or patronizing or um, normative, and therefore we would not really think that every childhood is similar. We would have the space and the ability to believe that there is a possibility of differentiation when we are looking at childhood. There is a possibility of there being various sorts of differences within childhoods, and children's literature will carry those sorts of differences within childhood, right? So when I was speaking to the people from Room to Read, I was telling them that, I don't think that Indian children's literature lacks this. It does not. Indian children's literature from the beginnings of time did begin with a pedagogical intent. Now, I would like to think that children's literature in India began with the Panchatantra tales, because they were specifically narrated to children by a man called Vishnu Sharman, right? So, which means that there was a sense that, children need to be trained into the ways of the world through being told these stories. Yeah. So if we look back at the Panchatantra and we say that that is the moment when Indian children's literature began, then after the Panchatantra, India has such a rich and colorful history, including hundreds of years of multiculturalism and multilingualism, that there is literally an entire ocean of children's literature. No wonder then Indian children's literature, there is this tome called the Katha Sarit Sagar, right? The reason it is called Katha Sarit Sagar is because it's literally a sagar, right? It is talking about various streams of stories joining together for a particular sort of audience called the child, right? And this child and this audience that we are looking at as the child is not some monolithic being. It is accounting for the multiculturalism and the multilinguality of this audience when we are talking about this person called the child in India, right? Now, after that, there were these moments where we were moved into a sort of homogenizing of every sort of category. Yeah. So this is what is the ideal child. this is what is the ideal man, this is what is the ideal woman. I like to link it with India's colonial experience, right? And therefore, I like to say that during that colonial enterprise of being able to rule over a large landmass, it becomes easy to say that, well, it is quite simple actually, because this is the ideal, and if everybody just follows this ideal, we can provide for this ideal, we can sufficiently provide for this ideal. And that is how this entire idea of a homogenizing takes place, right? And this homogenizing of childhood into, okay, every child will have one papa and one mama and one older brother or one younger brother, or one older sister and one younger sister, hum do hamare do, right? Perfect picture. And the perfect picture looks perfect because it needs to look perfect, because that is the perfect picture that can get facilitated. And therefore it becomes very, very difficult to cater to that perfect picture and talk about the richness of the experience of childhood. Nevertheless, I believe that there has always been in India this little group of people who have been engaging with childhood and have been centering the child and have been focusing the child and writing for the child, right? And writing about childhood. Now, one of my favorite books for children is a CBT publication, and a very, very old publication. This is the book. It is called Life with Grandfather, and it's by a man called Shankar. It came out first in 1965, and this book, it came out first in 1965, okay, when I wasn't born, and it's been around forever, right? To me, it seems like forever, right? Because it's been around from before I was born. Yeah. Now, this is a book that is written purely from a child's perspective, and it is talking about a childhood, and it is talking about a child where a child is recalling a childhood, and a childhood that was set in rural South India, and a very loving and encouraging sort of childhood where grandparents are bringing up a child, right? Now, I have many issues with this book also. As a scholar who is looking at childhood, I will be able to find issues in everything. Right. Now, for instance, I would want to ask, why is it called Life with Grandfather? Why isn't it called Life with Grandparents? Because there is a grandmother also. Have we forgotten the grandmother? She's the one who was doing the cooking. She was the one who was doing the feeding, right? And therefore, I'm saying that, why is it that Shankar is not talking about the women in his life? Why is he only talking about the patriarch of his life? Right. So there is a possibility to ask these questions of something like Life with Grandfather also. However, what I really like about the book is the fact that it is actually centering the child and talking about the experience of childhood. There are generations of people who will tell you that I really enjoyed reading Life with Grandfather when I was a child. And this is a CBT publication, right? It's not a fancy publication of any kind. I bought this 20 years ago for 23 rupees, right? However, yes. However, the point is that children who are reading this now, today, will ask these questions. They will ask these questions that why doesn't it say Life with grandparents? Why isn't he saying Life with grandmother? Only if there is a possibility of some adult reading it aloud with the child and explaining to the child that, well, the world changes, right? And the way people look at the world changes. The way in 1965, an old man called Shankar, when he was sitting down and writing this, probably he was doing this in somewhere in the early 1960s, let us say, right? When he was already a very old man. Probably he was looking back at his childhood, which was in the 1920s and 1930s in rural South India. And for him, grandfather was the most important figure in that family, right? which is why he's saying life with grandfather. However, that need not be the case in 2021, right? So the point is that, you know, there are all these books. Now I have a lot of CBT books with me. There is this one called Short Stories for Children, which has some very interesting stories. Now, yesterday I was reading this one called Read Aloud Stories, right? And in this one I noticed one story in which there is something about it is by somebody called Pratibha Nath, and it's called Cat and Mouse. And Pratibha Nath eventually wrote many other books for children. Okay, now this was also written in it was printed for the first time in 1990. Yeah, which means that it was worked upon in the late 1980s when I was myself a child. Right. So when Pratibha Nath is talking about reading aloud to a child, she is talking about a very young child. Okay, and she has this short story called Cat and Mouse, in which she is talking about a cat reading a big book for cats, and a mouse outwitting the cat. Immediately, for everybody in my generation, it reminds us of Tom and Jerry, because that's what we saw on television, right? Doordarshan ka zamana. And we thought that, you know, why is it that this cat, which is such a grown-up and so big, is always being outwitted by this chotu mouse, right? Now, this Jerry. Now, Pratibha Nath is saying, if the cat is looking at the big book for cats, the mouse is also looking at the big book for mice. So what I really loved about this story is that there is humor in it, and it's very short. It is actually of the kind that you can talk to and explain to a 3-year-old child, read aloud to a 3-year-old child, and the 3-year-old child will laugh at the joke, but will also understand in some way, in its own way, understand that there is a possibility that there is a big book for mice also, which means that there is a possibility for a big book for little children also, right? So it's all about centering the child, actually. So there are lots and lots of these sorts of books which are already there now, and there are books that are trying to, in the 80s and the 90s, and you know, women of my generation who were writing for children, women who were slightly older than me, who were writing for children, yeah, whom I had read as a researcher, like for instance Deepa Agarwal or Devika Rangachari or Manorama Jaffa. Yeah, they were also in their own ways. Yeah, so they were also in their own ways introducing this ability of focusing the child, talking about the heterogeneity of childhood, right? And therefore it's not as if these books do not exist. Yeah, it's just that we need to really keep looking for these books, and we need to, when we are talking to children, we need to point them to the changes in the worldview, and therefore tell them that, well, this is an old book, this is how the world was at that time, but it's not like this anymore. Yeah. So yeah, well, as Ms. Dipali Agarwal pointed out to me that, you know, we are probably nearing the end of our session, so so I will just stop here, but please, if there are any questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And it was a really very great, you know, in-depth analysis you did of children's literature. Such an interesting session. Yes, so before we proceed to the question and answers, next we'll have a lecture and presentation by Dr. Richa Joshi Pandey. So yes, if anybody has any questions. So yeah, exactly. Yashika writes that, you know, this reminds me of where a little girl questions. Yes, it went quite viral where she talks, she's asking her mother that, you know, why are things man-made? Aren't women supposed to make stuff? And she's a little girl of 4 or 5 years old, and it went quite viral a few weeks back. So Yeah, so the question is, ma'am, you mentioned the subtext of a book about a family and how it reveals gender roles. How could one not stereotype? I mean, aren't we confining it like a boy is your brother, because it usually exhibits photos and titles like that? Even the type of families depicted in books that have this as that format. What is the best way to deal with this? And one more question along with that, the role of academic psychological study in children's literature.
Well, they are two separate questions, and both of them, if I want to deal with them in great detail, will take a lot of time. However, I think that, for the first one, I would say that there is a variety. It's about actually when we are picking up a book for a child as an adult to read aloud or to buy, we need to be a little careful, and we need to spend some time looking for a book that is not reiterating these stereotypes, if we do not want to reiterate these stereotypes towards with children in our families. Yeah. So that is where I will leave it for now, because we are really running short of time, right? The second one, where there is this query about the academic reading of children's literature, and and there was another term that was used. Could you can I request you to just repeat?
Yes, ma'am. The role of academic psychological study.
Psychological study, the role of academic psychological study. Yeah, so which is where my area of research actually lies, right? But the point is that will also take a lot of time. So I would like to only say that, what happens when we are looking at children's literature from an academic perspective, and we are doing a psychological study of children's literature, there is a possibility of doing a psychological study where we completely forget the fact that it is written for children, right? And we go into a deep analysis of what could be the subtext of this writing, and there is a lot of it that's given to children, whereas while children's literature is analyzed academically by adults and not by children, right? Children's literature is read by children, right? So when we are doing an academic reading of children's literature and doing a psychological reading of children's literature, there is a possibility of our saying that, okay, well, there are all these underlying motives which are not all that innocent. Yeah, and this is what we are presenting to children. Now, whether we are going to be judgmental about it or not is a different thing altogether. Whether we are going to say, oh, this connects back to the life history of the writer is an altogether different matter, right? But if we are doing a psychological reading of children's literature, and we are saying what is it does to the psyche of the child, yeah, that is going to help us a lot more in bringing to the child literature that the child might enjoy as a child, instead of doing a psychological reading where we say that, we are doing the psychological reading of children's literature where we understand that the motive of the writer was not about fun. Yeah. So in fact, in the previous session, I had seen a comment question where somebody was saying, is it derogatory to call children's literature nonsense literature?
Yes,
I thought that was
yes.
That was a very good observation. You see, the thing is that we do call it nonsense literature only because children's literature also allows for the subversion and allows for a lot of adults to talk about a lot of things that they cannot. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but as the latest question just said, by in Enid Blyton, it was just to have fun, right? Which is precisely why Enid Blyton survived, right? Despite so much of discouragement, despite so much of stereotyping, despite so much of racism in Enid Blyton, we should be above board and say that, you know, there were all these things in Enid Blyton, right? Despite that, everybody is reading Enid Blyton even now, because Enid Blyton always centered the child and asked, what is it that children want to read? Yeah, so when we are critically analyzing children's literature, and we are saying that, you know, well, this is about fun, all right, but Enid Blyton probably children should not read, we should say it because, you know, it is actually encouraging racism. Yeah, if that is the kind of work we do, then probably we'd be able to bring a lot more richness to what we bring to children. Yeah, so I mean, can I just say that, can I stop here, or if there are more questions, I'm fine, but I suppose you people have other sessions to lined up, and in fact even I have a class after this. So so, so can I just say that, you know, if I can take one more question or something if you have the time, or can I just say that, you know, I really enjoyed interacting even on chat with all the questions, and that I was following and reading, and I really enjoyed listening to Dr. Thomas and the question answer session after that. Yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity, and
thank you so much.
yeah, so I can
Yes, ma'am. You quite a few questions you answered actually. You were kind of reading the chat box also, and you clubbed in all the questions. So thank you so much for that. And you know, it's a great perspective that you open to all of us. So thank you, thanks a lot. And yeah, so over
thank
to
you very much.
fine.
Thank you.
So over to Dr. Richa Joshi Pandey, ma'am.
I'll introduce her, Aditi, first. So it has been a wonderful journey with Dr. Richa, and I think, like introducing her, I am now learning new shades about her. So Dr. Richa Joshi Pandey, currently assistant professor and in charge at Department of English, School of Language in Doon University. And she has been here for almost 7 years now. She completed her PhD with HNB Garhwal University, and the topic is quite interesting: historical excavation in the fictional and selected non-fictional work of Amitav Ghosh. And as we all see, Dr. Richa is moderating this session. No doubt she has organized, participated, presented papers in various national and international conferences, workshops, and seminars. She has published also widely in various journals of national and international repute. Interesting to know her areas of interest: medical humanities, environmental humanities, Indian writing in English, literary theories and criticism, and most important, gender studies. So welcome, Dr. Richa, for the last session of the day, which in fact gives an overall overview of this workshop, that how this was like a overarching workshop which has different dimensions of children literature. Over to you, Dr. Richa.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Pushpalata ji. It's been wonderful associating with you. Extremely generous, and with your time and with the way that you handle everything. So I know this is the last session, but I hope I do justice to your time. I know it's very precious to have you listening to me. So I hope I do justice to your time. I would like to share a presentation without, can I just directly start with the presentation? Yes, thank you, Dr. Mudiganti. It was a pleasure listening to you. And I'm sure we get to connect in future as well. So can I just share the screen right away? Can you see the screen, please?
Yes, it is coming.
Okay. Okay. So my topic today is children's literature, an overview and a tone setting lecture. Now, welcome each day with the joy and wonder of a child. Early childhood is an ideal time to support children in gaining knowledge about the world and about themselves as active participants in it. Reading gives children opportunities to see aspects of their own identities reflected back to them, as well as opportunities to explore the lives and experiences of people and places distinctly different from their own. Reading as an early childhood activity. We've heard other speakers and add to what am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are
Yes.
audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So, yes,
Yes,
share
teacher,
the
we're
internet,
working on
share
that,
the
teacher.
slide. Yeah. Okay. So I'd like to go back to slide 3. Can you see the slide 3, please? Reading as an early childhood activity.
Not yet, Dr. Richa. You might have to share again.
No, Pushpita ji told me that somebody else could share it on my behalf, because if I'm sharing it, my voice is breaking. So somebody else might like to share it.
Yeah.
Deepali, I've already shared my presentation with you, so you might like to facilitate that. Yeah, you can just use it to cover. Okay, now that's good. That's good. So early childhood is an ideal time to support children in gaining knowledge about the world and about themselves as active participants in it. And as I was talking, I don't know where my connection got disconnected. Children have a very immersive way of reading. They're extremely intimate with what they read. Their views of the world are not yet formed, and so they are yet very open to new experiences, far more open with delight and wonder to new experiences. They also have a lot of credibility in what they, a lot of credulousness in what they read. Reading gives children opportunities to see aspects of their own identities reflected back to them, as well as opportunities to explore the lives and experiences of people and places distinctly different from their own. And when this kind of reading happens, where the child is able to have a kind of his own intention unfolding, take shape, this kind of reading actually counters the kind of agency that might like to subdue an adult run, reading as an adult run activity, in the sense that multiple agency by the child then unfolds. Okay. So can we have the next slide, please? Literature illuminates what it means to be human and makes accessible the most fundamental experiences of life, love, hope, loneliness, despair, fear, and belonging. I've already read this slide. Can we take the next slide, please? Mirrors and windows. I'm once again going to talk about mirrors and windows. Children, and especially international children literature, the way that it looks at young people's access to literary mirrors and windows. If you look at translated texts as such, it's not always the case that translations actually bring young readers into contact with another culture. Sometimes there are limitations with it. However, it's important to have children read a diverse range of texts, translated texts, multicultural encounters, intercultural exchange of that kind. So coming to mirrors and windows, when books act as mirrors, readers see themselves reflected in the literature, be it in the text, in the illustrations, or in the combination of the two. Aspects of their own identities are reflected back to them. They feel a sort of connection. They feel that their identity is validated. Their experiences, their stories, the way they interact with the world around them, their friends, their day-to-day crises are validated. There is a sense of being seen, being included. Windows for literature to truly support and increase in global mindedness, in not just literature as in terms of circulation in a global village, but in the sense of global mindedness and intercultural knowledge and global mindedness. Readers should have access to books that act as windows, opportunities to move beyond personal experiences, to observe the experiences, cultures, traditions of others. Now, whether translations really limit diversity more than stimulate it, there are problems with translation as well. So it is sometimes, a translator has to make choices, has to make important choices related to foreignization or domesticization for the text as a whole, or for specific textual elements also. So sometimes, associations referring to food and drink, for example. Now, these things matter enormously to children. They constitute a very important part of the affective content of any children's book. So, for example, in the Persian translation of Alice in Wonderland, there was a translation of Alice in Wonderland in 1928 where wine was translated to soda, because that would be acceptable by Persian readers, child readers. Again, in the 1965 version, this was completely omitted. So the next slide, please. Childhood is a contextually, now we're going to talk about the problem of other minds. There's, a whole range of debate about consciousness. Nobody really knows anything about consciousness, how it happens, the conscious algorithm. We don't really know, we can't decipher it. So the problem in defining childhood and children's literature, childhood is a contextually qualified register. It's historically contingent and therefore multiple. Childhood and children's literature are blurred, inseparable, and temporally and spatially variegated depending upon their ties with the local. Now, normally, if you look at children's literature also, what is it that you define as children's literature? How do you define? To define something is to limit it. So while you know it more and more, if you tend to define it, you end up limiting it. So a text by children, about children, any text, would it be children's literature? In that sense, any text could be potentially, it could count as children's literature. So any text by Dickens or even pornography, but that's too broad a range. We don't usually involve pornography in children's literature. Moreover, children's literature caters to mixed audiences, like Huckleberry Finn, Peter Pan, The Little Prince, Jatak Tales, all our mythological books, our local folk tales. They all, if somebody's read this brilliant short story by Vidyasagar Nautiyal called Bhains Ka Katiya, these are, and several other stories. The list is countless. And stories, and the way that they are told and read, not one homogeneous, essentialized category. There's so many childhoods. We are in it together in this world. We are in this post-human, transhuman world together, but we are not the same. Childhood often marked by biological immaturity, in the sense that even if you look at the Piaget scale, which looks at childhood and theorizes childhood and growth, childhood is seen as something that involves the growth in terms of a child who's just a miniature adult, a diminutive adult, in the process of becoming an adult, not able-bodied enough, not individual enough, not mature enough. So from immaturity to maturity. So those are legal demarcations of caliber and choices made available to this whole template called childhood. So childhood is often marked by the age-bound, adult-imposed, and it has all the, usually this, if you look at even children's literature, as the speaker before me was mentioning, this field is heteronormative and lacks primary multidimensional disabled characters, for example. Not only do, categories of race, gender, class percolate into from society and from the discourses of society into children's literature, you see them reflected in the way that children's literature at large is read. Children's literature seeks to evolve progressively towards a better understanding of children and childhood by incorporating different ways of including children inside. Okay, so children, though they're engaged, though children's literature engages them immersively and intimately, the book again is something that is designed. It is designed nevertheless. So the responsibility rests with the designer for the child reader's own good, what we perceive as good. And so somebody else was talking about nonsense. And as a derogatory term, why do you, not you, but why do we have to own up to sense as again a very potent term in our lexicon. Why does sense have to be something that is a marked term in our idiom? We bracket sense and we leave out nonsense. Why? Okay. So the next slide, please. Why children's literature? Children's literature is important because it provides opportunities to respond to literature. It facilitates the child's appreciation about their own cultural heritage as well as those of others, helps develop emotional intelligence and creativity, nurtures growth and development of the child's personality and social skills, and transmits important literature and themes from one generation to another. Can we have the next slide, please? An overview of Indian children's literature in English. Now, if we look at the way that Indian folklore is read, India, in fact, has the greatest living oral narrative tradition in the world. It fulfills the needs of every young and growing child in that he or she gets his complete story quota orally. If you look at Indian folklore, it's rich and very, very imaginative, and it remains the most interesting source for children's literature. You look at the Panchatantra, which was written in 200 BC, the Jatakas, the Puranas, the Ramayana, the Mahabharata. Indian mythology is something that's not specifically for children, but it's most popular with children. The Panchatantra tales in the oral narrative are believed to have found their way into the traditional folklore of almost every country in the world. And if you look at the Panchatantra along with the folk tales, for example, the folk tales of Uttarakhand, there's several bird and beast fables, which are local fables in Uttarakhand, animal fables. These from these sources are so predominant, and they remain the society's traditional vehicle of social and moral instruction. Now, these are tales of animal wisdom. These are tales of cunning, foolishness. You will never have to scurry too far to find stories about the clever quail, an intelligent crow, a smart jackal, or a stupid tiger. These fables, in their many retellings, many adaptations, they really make the rich tapestry of the country's multilingual literature. Again, the Children's Book Trust in the 1950s, the National Book Trust in the 1970s, the IBH and Thomson Press publishing works by Shankar Pillai, and the range of other writers that you see wrote with a lot of integrity. Their works continue to be read by children today. Can we have the next slide, please? Works by Sukumar Dutt, Satyajit Ray, Rabindranath Tagore, R.K. Narayan, Ashoka Mitran, Bashir, Salman Rushdie, Vikram Seth, Ruskin Bond. Now, all these books also, they're the first and the third category, the Jatak tales and the Panchatantra and these contemporary writers. These writers are, not writing specifically for children. They're writing works that cannot be, that are laid claim to by adults as well as children. Another feature of children's literature is that half of the children's books published in India are pure in English, while only 7% of children actually speak English. So that again involves a kind of textual politics where, the responsibility rests with the gatekeepers, so to speak, of books that adults make available to little children. So, for example, with publishers, literary reviewers, all these parents, teachers. Now, I'm going to refer to a quote by A.K. Ramanujan where he talks about, he says, even in the most urbane and westernized Indian household, there exists behind the prim exterior another India. It lives in tales of passion and trouble told to children by their grandmothers and servants as the dusk descends. Related in languages from Tamil to Kannada, these stories turn the diurnal hierarchy on its head. Their heroes are beggars who are really gods and princesses, forced to labor as servants. Consciousness gives way, the unconscious surfaces. The disciplines of the father tongues, the classical Sanskrit, the official and universal English are imposed later in childhood. But the Indian psyche is first swathed in the mother language. A cousin away, a train ride away, and mostly no further away than the kitchen. And I'd like to draw your attention to a few books, if you can see me. You know, these are contemporary writers writing books for children. Grandma's Suitcases of Stories by Stuti Agarwal. Sudha Murthy's Grandparents' Bag of Stories. Sudha Murthy's The Magic Drum and Other Favorite Stories. Sudha Murthy's The Grandma's Bag of Stories. The Greatest Children's Stories. As again, these books by Enid Blyton are often called wintertime stories, summertime stories. Again, there is this, The Magic of the Lost Temple, the Gita for children. So the next slide, please. Now, I'm going to discuss with you a very interesting experience about reading this book, The One and Only Ivan. This book, so it so happened that my daughter, yeah, somebody says there's a constitution for children. So my daughter comes to me and asks me, Mama, how do monkeys help us? The monkeys had been plundering her favorite mango tree, and she was very upset about it. So she asked me, how do monkeys help us? I asked her a counter question. I asked her, how do we help monkeys? And she answered by saying, well, monkeys help us by eating some of our mangoes, so that we don't get an upset stomach or something. Now, between these two questions that the moment of exchange between my daughter and me, there was in fact a sort of question, a sort of exchange set up in my mind. Now, this is there's a separate kind of debate and argument that lit up in my mind about countless repetitive cyclic formulaic questions that I learned as a child, and then I passed them on to my daughter, forged in our education system. Our education system is a remnant of colonial modernity. It's a mass education, industrially produced education system where it's not exactly clear-sighted, but basically it rests on our ability to forge forth certain nationalistic subjects, subjects who are nationally useful, people who go on to make national subjects and become, this kind of education serves nationalist interests, produces good national subjects, planetary conscious people, good global citizens. So the story here, this is about a certain kind of education. After all, education as we know it is only a story. It's only a story that we tell ourselves as a culture. This kind of education is meant to prime us for the perfect, static, able-bodied, non-human individual, non-dual individual in that sense. So this itself is a kind of morality story, education as we know it today, and the kind of stories similar to the kind of morality stories that we tell children. But the point is that we invented these stories to serve us. We don't have to find ourselves sacrificing our lives in their service. So the story about education being a certain formula where you churn out good marks and give importance to a certain class 1 followed by class 2 followed by class 3, regardless of what the child likes or wants to learn or feels or experiences. We all know that Yuval Noah Harari talks about, if he talks about knowledge, he doesn't say knowledge is something that is just an influx of information. How planetary conscious child can I make as a parent? How nationally conscious child can I make? How useful, how utilitarian can my parentage really be? Knowledge is experience times sensitivity. Our experiences as we experience while we do things, while we make mistakes and learn from them, and our sensitivity. Okay. So when the moments of crisis strike, what really grief is, what really happiness is, what it would mean to be put in a box, what it would mean to be free, is something that we need to explore, experience, and be sensitized by doing, by reading, by experiencing firsthand. Now, there are enough studies to show that, sometimes we often tend to humanize animals in our stories. We often tend to humanize animals in the sense that give them human attributes. And there are enough studies to show that by humanizing animals, we usually underestimate animal cognition. We usually ignore the unique abilities of other creatures. This is not only bad science, but it prevents us from understanding and valuing other animals on their terms. So while this exchange was happening between my daughter and me about how do monkeys help us, followed by how do we help monkeys, I, went on a litany of discourses, and I thought I'm doing a very good job as a parent. I explained to her about our own evolutionary history, about ecology and forests and seed dispersal, and how animals, with their young ones, they move around and then they throw the seeds, and that's how forests, they replenish themselves. And so I gave her this huge knowledge overdose, expecting, patting myself on the back at the same time, and expecting my child to now assimilate everything and be able to really learn from this exchange that I've had with her, educate her. Now, can we have the next slide, please? So, how does a child really question? A child really seeks to ask questions. So that day, I gave her a book. I gave her this book, Ivan, the one and only Ivan. This book is based on fiction, but this inspiration for this imagined tale is in a true story. It's about Ivan, a real gorilla who now lives in Zoo Atlanta. And on the way to that happy ending, he spends almost 3 decades in a sort of a mall where he's put on display and like a marketing figure. And he doesn't see anybody of his own kind. There's no other gorilla with him. Now he's a silverback, and he's meant to be a protector. And so the author writes a very beautiful, weaves an entire tale around him, and gives him a voice, gives him agency, and it's his story. He's narrating the entire story. And he also plays out his destiny of being the mighty silverback, even though he is really, as I said, living in a mall. He's living in captivity, and he ultimately plays out the destiny of having someone to protect and going ahead and protecting that creature. Now, as I look forward, it's a book about Ivan, who is living in captivity in this mall, and with him, he forges some very interesting relationships with an old elephant. Her name is Stella, and she was in a circus, and she had suffered a wound at the circus because she was made to stand on her hind legs and volley about in the circus. And the wound actually it was a festering wound, and she was thoroughly medically ignored. In the end, while she's in the mall itself, she ultimately dies because vet is never brought to her. She's in a lot of pain, and she engages with Ivan. There's also a baby elephant who's brought later on, and this baby elephant is called Ruby. And Ruby is a protege for Stella. There's also Bob, who's a very interesting. He's a dog, and he also he's a very opinionated dog, and he also is friends with Ivan. There are also some human friends he has. One of them is the caretaker's daughter, Julia, and Julia is the one Ivan chooses to fulfill a promise that he's made to Stella on her deathbed. The promise he has made to Stella is that he will somehow rescue Ruby, the little elephant, the baby elephant, who Stella really loves and is terribly concerned about even at her deathbed. And he says that he will rescue her and somehow send her to a zoo. So sometime during the narrative, somebody asks, what is a zoo? And he says, well, Stella says, a zoo is a place where humans make amends, where they keep animals in a protected environment and make sure that they are with others of their own kind. So, so he ultimately strategizes a very big plan where he makes these little drawings, and these drawings are, mind you, the way that its narrative is written, it's not a sentimental, it's extremely unsentimental in the way that the narrative is handled. So there are drawings that this elephant that this gorilla makes, and it is in the form of a jigsaw puzzle, and he's supposed to somehow communicate to Julia, which he succeeds in saying that, you know, this is a jigsaw puzzle, and that put it together, both of them share this love for art, both Julia and Ivan, and in fact Julia is the one who gives him the paints, and so he makes these little drawings which have to be put together like in a jigsaw puzzle, and then he also writes HOME, home, something he's learned from Julia because she does her homework while she sits with these animals in the mall. So somehow he gets to communicate non-verbally to Julia through his art. He and his fellow artist Julia, Ivan and his fellow artist Julia, somehow he manages to convey to her that he would like to see Ruby in a home and like in a jigsaw puzzle with several pieces, and she puts them together, and she decodes this message that he wants to give her. And that is the crux. You know, the rescue that he has planned is not for himself, but the rescue that he's planned is for Ruby, the little elephant, the baby elephant. And while I read this story, and he succeeds, mind you. So when he succeeds, Ruby, you know, is in a zoo, and in the same zoo is Ivan. Eventually, they're happy. But even while he was in a mall, he was, you know, he had forged these very interesting relationships with other animals, very meaningful and, you know, meaningful interrelationships with these other animals, Stella and Ruby and Bob the dog and Thelma the macaw and Julia, the daughter of the caretaker. And I'm going to read out a small excerpt from this novel to you. It says, once I asked Stella if she'd ever had any babies. She shook her head. I never had the opportunity. You would have made a great mother, I told her. Thank you, Ivan, Stella said, clearly pleased. I like to think so. Having young ones is a big responsibility. You have to teach them how to take mud baths, of course, and emphasize the importance of fiber in their diet. She looked away, contemplating. Elephants are excellent at contemplating. I think the hardest part of being a parent, Stella added after a while, would be keeping your babies safe from harm, protecting them. The way silverbacks do in the jungle, I said. Exactly, Stella nodded. You would have been good at protecting too, I said confidently. I'm not so sure, Stella said, gazing at the iron bars surrounding her. I'm not so sure at all. When I read this page, it immediately transported me to my days as a physiotherapist when I used to treat this lady in a ward. She was this really morbidly obese lady who had had a stroke, and she would regale me every day with stories about cooking and about recipes and how her two sons loved her cooking, and that they would go great lengths to be able to convince her, cajole her, coddle her into cooking for them. And only, you know, they would only eat food cooked by them, she would tell me. And, you know, even though after that she would land up with a lot of knee pain, so they would end up massaging her legs for a really, really long time, and somehow just have their mother cook for her. So this was a story of affection. After a month, I realized that she had been actually discharged. It was in fact a story of abandonment. And when I read this page, immediately the first thing that struck me, the trope of abandonment. Now, when my daughter, I asked her about, you know, did you read the story? She summarized it for me. There were a few factual inconsistencies, but while she was weaving her grandmotherly web of oral narrative around me, tables turned, what drew me was her unquestioning, credulous empathy. So while my reading of the work was something that really left me with feeling an innate sense of abandonment, I immediately could identify with Ivan as a subject of scientific study, as a relic of the human laboratory and the human signature on animals, the kind of otherness and oppressive categorization that we make on other beings. And the first thing that she had to say about Ivan was an exclamatory mark that she said. She said, "Do you know, Mama? He could draw and paint. He's the only gorilla in the world who can draw and paint." This is not really in the story. He's not the only gorilla who can draw and paint. But what is important is that without anything of the fantasy, without any moment of disbelief, okay, there was purely magic in her eyes. She could just simply marvel at the possibility of art and the artist. So she could forge a kind of cultural connection, something of herself and her friends in this novel and its various characters. This kind of reading, there was nothing, while I felt that, okay, I have, I asked her, do you think Ivan was very sad? He said, no, Mama, he was very happy. He had so many friends. He had Stella, he had Ruby. He was very happy. In fact, he never missed the jungle, which is not exactly true. But this is how she read it. So I, for once, was really, I had just before that given her this great global yarn about ecology and evolutionary history, and thought that, my pathway to becoming the ideal component of this education system, where I'm teaching my daughter the right kind of critical thinking and scientific inquiry and post-scientific inquiry, and the way to live with others, ethical being and ethical living, and emotional intelligence. I thought, these really sounded like hard top heavy words. They really just sort of made me realize that this kind of transaction with the child's reading is a work in progress. It's collaborative. This reading that the child does is never simplistic, nor predictable, nor predetermined. The engagement of the story invites curiosity and questions about different possibilities of learning. And so, if we want to comprehend the social construction and the varied conceptualizations of childhood, educational and pedagogical discourses need to be foregrounded. We need to look at several entry points in the shaping and remodeling of the way we set these oppressive categories at work, like race, class, gender. We need to see different forms of alternative forms of reading. We need to have, appreciate new appeals that children have to new registers, the way that new appeals and registers immediately sort of, come in, they sort of make their inroads into the child's mind. This relationship, this interrelationship between the book and the child's reading of it is never simple, never straightforward, never unambiguous. There are possibilities to misread. And that needs to be encouraged, because the more active and the more dynamic engagement, the more open-ended the engagement is better, because I've run activity excluding their own voice and agency in the process. That would ultimately tend to impose a static ideal of childhood purity, where childhood would become just simple and formulaic. It would expect the child's mind to be automatically more active than ruminant. So slowing down reading. So in envisioning possibilities of alternative forms of reading, of forming atypical relationships with other creatures, with other animals, with other people. So it says somewhere in the story, elephants are also, after all, people. So this is what I wanted to talk about. Can we have the next slide, please? Children do not move, think, or speak in a straight line, but neither does their imagination or creativity. It is this energy and happiness that we use to help guide them into successful pathways. The next slide, please. So it's important to read stories, read multiply. How we read is very important, and how we allow misreadings to happen is also very important. What we call misreadings, again, can be just alternative forms of reading. So with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation.
So thank you, Richa, for that engaging session and looking at children literature as a mirror and as a window of like exploring something new, and mirror something which helps to reflect. And the issues that you brought forth about looking at the childhood and the children literature from different perspectives, about different literature that are available in India in English language, and that particular data that you shared, it is only 7% of children who are comfortable with English, but still we have so much of literature in English in the country. I'll take up some questions, Richa, that have come into you. So there was a question that was earlier, somebody has written, just give me a second. So in this technology-driven world, how can we draw children's interest towards book? So that was one question. So should I read all the questions, or you take one by one?
Well, I think, how many are there? I can't see them.
There are 4, 5 of them.
Yeah, okay. You could, if they overlap, you could just read all of them once, and then I'll make a note, try and make a note of them.
Okay, so this one was regarding the technology part. Second, there is a question that has come up on the YouTube by Sudim Som. He has asked about what is the difference between story reading and storytelling, one. And secondly, he's talked about, are children sensitive to the gender of their grandparents as far as storytelling is concerned? So this is one.
Okay, I'm going to first, otherwise I'll get too much. Storytelling and reading, that's precisely what I was talking about. You know, when we tell stories, we expect children to assimilate stories in a certain way. We, as I told you, I told my daughter a lot about evolutionary history, expecting her to be particularly sensitized and assimilate all this global yarn that I gave her. Whereas she just slowed down. And while she really had inconsistencies in the stories that didn't exactly match, she's only 7. So there were, she loves to read. And while some of her facts she didn't get quite correct, but the fact is that what was really important was she could just, in a certain flow, in her own flow, she could assimilate what she had to. And what really took her was the sense of affection that she built. She actually intimately and immersively immediately connected with these animals and with other creatures that are so different. The kind of window that these books can open you to imagine something beyond the self, which is, we always want to impose our versions of what we imagine other creatures would feel, think, and behave like. But whereas, children are extremely, they have an innate intelligence and an innate ability to experience and sensitize themselves. They're extremely sensitive and extremely prone to assimilating experience in so many different ways. So she was literally excited. She said, "Do you know, Mama, he's the only gorilla in the world that can draw and paint, really." And that's how, that's her takeaway from the book. So she's so happy that he's ultimately, Ivan is so happy, and Stella, though she's gone away, at least she's died, though at least Ruby is saved, and at least everybody's together and happy, and it's everybody's friends, and they've formed a way to forge these atypical relationships. And so her way to process these atypical relations is something that I would not be able to do, because the one thing from my adult experience as a physiotherapist and as somebody who's seen the world and knows how harsh the world can be, is I've experienced abandonment firsthand. And so many different factors will go on to my making and unmaking of the story, whereas she will completely make and unmake the story in so many different ways. And so even if those are misreadings, according to adults, let them just misread. Allow them opportunities to be open-minded enough to accommodate that difference. So that is one difference between storytelling, what the teller wants to say, and what the reader wants to assimilate from it. Without really, again, essentializing childhood as an essential category and say, well, there's something prophetic about children. No, there isn't. Just let the fun part organically, make its own interlinkages, make its own forays into the imagination. That's the point. And when we were talking about technology-driven world. In a technology-driven world with the COVID, I can tell you, I'm specifically talking in terms of COVID. When COVID happened, everybody was pretty clueless. Teachers worked very hard at allowing this bilateral, this hybrid sort of new student-teacher dynamics to evolve. It redistributes agency, it redistributes roles where the teacher has to be more mindful of the parents watching. The teacher-student roles are also redistributed. And so the teacher is very mindful of that. It's a challenge at multiple levels. It's also a challenge for children at multiple levels to not go to school. Now, one unique experience in my house was my daughter is exceptionally happy. In fact, at one point when the schools were about to reopen, and she loves her friends, she loves her friends, she's a very gregarious child. But when schools were about to reopen, she was really upset. Oh my God, schools will reopen again. Why? Because then I'll not get the time to read my books. Because again, I'll have to get up early in the morning and then I get so tired when I come back by afternoon. So I think we have to slightly, be like artists as parents, as gatekeepers, as they say. You're not exactly, if you really have to be a gatekeeper and filter information, what we must do, I think, we make mistakes, but what we must do is channel children into reading in a certain way, into getting those books and then telling them something which is not really meant to moralize. The minute you say this is good for you, boring. There's nothing that a child hates more than the banal. And so technology can be a wonderful thing because if used in the right way, to the right extent, at the right time, in the right manner. But if it is overdone, then it can lead to a lot of hyperimage, attention disorders, eye problems. So I think it's a very useful resource, but at the same time, books and the very these are just some of the books that she doesn't ask for chocolates or anything. I mean, it's not that I'm really far from being the ideal parent, but it's really about children. Just some children, if they don't want to read a certain thing, you can't really get them to read it. Some children may like to read books about certain themes that they really like to read, like cricket. Some child may really love to read about cricket and not read about anything else. So that's that. And then, Pushpita ji, you were asking another question.
The thing is, a lot of compliments that are coming along, where you've kahani kehna or kahani sunna. So how you made a distinction between them, and there are a lot of feedback that are coming in from the responses that you've talked about. Somebody's talked about technology and modernization also. So I think one of the constraints, Richa, would be the time here. Definitely there are a few more questions that are coming in. So I think this connect, because there have been questions about like, how do we define that this is a children literature, not an adult literature? But since 2:30,
try undefining them. So
who is defining that?
Yeah, try undefining for once. Try undefining everything, every essentializing category, just undefine. Am I a good parent? I'm not. Am I a good gatekeeper? I'm not. So, but just try undefining it, because when you define something, you set limits to it. Instead, just slow down and, like children do, just immersively. This is not, again, a global formula. There cannot be one formula for one size fits all. But I think now the one thing that everybody is feeling acutely is the hunger pang, which I think everybody might want to wind up for the day. And I'm sure that we've all got great food for thought for the day. So I think we'll, conclude here for the day. I'm sure there are plenty of very useful, good questions that we can address tomorrow, because we also have a number of sessions tomorrow. So I think we can wind up, and I'm so grateful to the wonderful audience, extremely engaging audience, and to Pushpalata ji for moderating my session and for being so patient and so alert to all these various questions that have been asked. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Richa. Thank you, everyone. And let's connect tomorrow again at 10.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Happy lunch.